going to go ahead and call us to order.
Good morning.
Good
I have
morning.
a letter dated July 22nd, 2020. Ms. Laura W. Johnson, Clerk of Council, Room 1E09, City Hall, via electronic mail, lwjohnson@nola.gov. The reason is to call for a special council meeting. Dear Ms. Johnson, pursuant to authority granted to the council president in Section 3-1075 of the Home Rule Charter of the City of New Orleans, I hereby call a special council meeting on Monday, August 3rd, 2020, to begin at 10 a.m. in our currently established virtual format. This meeting will be held for the purpose of discussing back-to-school plans for students returning from summer break amid the COVID pandemic, with presentations from education officials and other pertinent stakeholders. Please make the necessary arrangements to have this special meeting cablecast live on the government access television channel and tape for recasting in the future. Sincerely, Jason Rogers, Williams City Council President. Roll call. Councilmember Wynn.
Here.
Councilmember Brissett. Councilmember Williams.
Present.
Councilmember Moreno.
Present.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Here.
Councilmember Banks.
Here.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Here.
We have 6 members. We have a quorum.
Madam Clerk, thank you and good morning. And good morning, colleagues. While school operations fall outside of the authority of the City Council, we recognize that the challenges presented by COVID-19 in educating our youth is a matter of public concern, and it's an important discussion that has to be had for families, administrators, and students alike. School administrators, the medical community, public health officials, families, and teachers all have important voices that must be heard. I would note that at the beginning of this thing, when people were trying to decide what the difference was between coronavirus and COVID-19 and whether or not it was on our shores, we had a Smart and Sustainable Cities Committee meeting that had all colleagues and council members present. And we heard from the RTA, we heard from the airport, a host of other entities, including our school system. And I would just note that the school system folks from OPSB presented and probably had the most complete plan with options A, B, C, and D with moving forward with our kids. And I want to thank them for that on the front end, and I look forward to hearing from them today. Bit of housekeeping matters. We're still unable to convene in council chambers due to COVID-19 and must therefore continue to operate in this virtual fashion using the public comment guidelines outlined by the state. As a refresher to the public, anyone who hasn't listened to a virtual meeting yet, here are the comment rules that we will follow today. The council central staff will read the agenda for today's meeting in its entirety. That agenda can also be found online at council.nola.gov. We will recess for approximately 30 minutes for residents to submit written comments. Anyone that wishes to comment should fill out an online public comment card form at council.nola.gov. Only written public comments will be accepted, and public comment will be limited to 1 comment per person, 2 minutes when read, and be germane to the item at hand. Public comment will be closed at the end of that 30-minute comment period. No written comments will be accepted after that point. Council staff will read public comments received once all presentations on today's agenda have concluded. I'll turn it over to central staff.
Okay. The agenda for the special meeting of the City Council of August 3rd, 2020. Regular agenda. 1. Back-to-school discussion plans. Discussing back-to-school plans for students returning from summer break amid the COVID-19 pandemic, with presentations from education officials and other pertinent stakeholders. Presenters, school representatives. 1, New Orleans Public Schools. Ms. Dinah Hestosis, Chief School Support and Improvement Officer. Ms. Tiffany Delacour, Chief Operations Officer. Mr. Justin McCorkle, Director of Community Relations. 2, Office of Catholic Schools, Archdiocese of New Orleans. Raynell Billiot Houston, PhD, Superintendent. Healthcare and City of New Orleans representatives. 1, Ochsner Health. Dr. William Lenars, Pediatric System Chair at Ochsner Health. 2, Children's Hospital. Dr. Tony Gross, Children's Hospital Emergency Medicine Doctor and Chief of the Emergency Department at Children's Hospital New Orleans. Dr. Tamara Bradford, Pediatric Cardiologist, Children's Hospital New Orleans Heart Center, serving as Medical Director of the Children's New Orleans Heart Failure Program. 3, Louisiana Department of Health, Dr. Joseph Cantor, Assistant State Health Officer. 4, Office of Youth and Families, Emily Wolf, Director of the Office of Youth and Families. Parent representatives. 1, Our Voice, Nuestra Voz. Mary Moran, Executive Director and Co-Founder of Our Voice, Nuestra Voz. Grace Ambrosi, Organizer for Our Voice, Nuestra Voz. 2, Step Up Louisiana, Maria Harmon, Co-Director of Step Up Louisiana. 3, Families and Friends of Louisiana's Incarcerated Children, Gina B. Womack, Co-Founder and Executive Director. Teachers representatives. 1, United Teachers of New Orleans, UTNO, Wanda Richard, President of UTNO, Dr. Adrian Dixon. That is the complete agenda.
Thank you, Teresa. I would move to go in recess.
Second.
Second by Council Vice President Moreno. All those in favor, say aye.
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 We're in recess. 6 votes for recess. Thank you. Madam Clerk, you want to call us back from recess?
Councilmember Wynn,
Present.
Councilmember Brissette,
Huh?
Councilmember Williams,
Present.
Councilmember Moreno,
Present. Okay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Present.
Councilmember Banks,
Present.
Councilmember Giusso.
Here.
We have 6 members. We have a quorum.
What I say too.
Madam Clerk, thank you again. And again, this council recognizes that it is not the school board, and
Oh my God.
schools
Oh my
don't.
God.
I
I
think
will go on you.
Cindy, I think you're on. Need to be on mute, Cindy. Thank you. We realize that schools are not squarely in the bailiwick of the city council, but obviously COVID-19 has made has just caused unprecedented fear and anxiety with everyone from the youngest kids to the most seasoned administrators. And so we believe it important to have this conversation in an arena that is a little bit slower than a typical press conference and a little bit slower than a typical news cycle. And I would just remind everyone that this is a matter of first impression for every person, especially those folks who are giving their lives to focus on teaching our children. And I would also like to say that Dr. Lewis and Ms. Delcor and Ms. Hasiotis, when they presented at the beginning of this crisis, before there was a single recognized case, you all had a plan. You all had an alternative plan, and you had an alternative plan to that alternative plan, and you were ready to hit it, and our kids were better for it. So we have quorum. We have representatives from the New Orleans Public School.
Mr. President, can I say something real quick?
Yes, please, Council Vice President.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Just to add on a little bit of what you just mentioned, I think when we were working on planning this meeting, and the reason why the council wanted to have this meeting is because we too are getting a series of calls and emails of people who are having questions or even having some concerns about what the reopening of schools would look like. And I think the purpose of this meeting is obviously informational, but I also think it's important to see, even though the city or the council has any governance authority over schools, what though could the city or the city council do to help with the reopening? We've been having a lot of different conversations about accessibility to laptops and Wi-Fi. I think that in particular is an opportunity and where the city could be helpful, where the council with the utilities committee could be helpful, with smart cities could be helpful. So I think that's really what I'm looking for in this meeting as well. And what avenues could we also assist? At the end of the day, I think it's going to be a really hands-on approach from all different types of organizations and agencies in the city of New Orleans to make sure that there is a safe reopening for schools, and that the kids are safe, that the teachers are safe, that staff that works in schools are safe. And I'm just really thankful for the panelists who are coming together today, particularly those in the medical community that have been so hands-on in helping with this whole process as well. And I do know that Dr. Jennifer Avegno is also going to be joining the medical panel as well, so that's another person to add. Thank you, Mr. President.
Council Vice President, thank you, and I think your point is so salient. Just because we haven't done something last year or the year before that doesn't mean this isn't that moment where the council doesn't do something different. We've been talking about closing that digital divide, and we've been talking about it in terms of the next few years before COVID. And now we realize that it's an issue we have to deal with in the next few weeks and months to make sure that all our kids are connected and can learn remotely. Perfect points. We will hear from the New Orleans Public Schools. We have a statement from the Archdiocese, which I will read. We will hear from healthcare and local government representatives, parent and family representatives as well. From the New Orleans Public Schools, our first presentation, we'd like to welcome up the Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Henderson Lewis. as well as Dina Hasiotis, as well as Ms. Tiffany Delcor and Mr. Justin McCorkle. I think we have your PowerPoint ready to go, and you can just say next slide whenever you're ready to move on to that slide. It's good to see all of your faces again, and let me again publicly thank you for being a model for what remote learning, what this triage situation needed to look like. I know that other parishes and other cities are looking at NOLA Public Schools to figure out how you all were ready to move and pivot so quickly. And I want to thank you for that presentation you gave us, which gave me as a parent a lot of comfort and gave this council a lot of comfort when we really did not have any real answers pre-COVID. So with that, I would turn it over to New Orleans Public Schools.
Thank you, President Williams, and good morning, everyone. On behalf of the members of the Orleans Parish School Board, as well as NOLA Public Schools, we do sincerely thank the council for this opportunity to share some vital updates from our school system on our planning and coordination for the start of the school year. At NOLA Public Schools, we have a vision for our students that we want our students to be able to thrive, but that they are prepared for civic, social, and economic success. But when you think of the critical moment that we're in right now when it comes down to COVID-19, we all know that that's a very challenging vision to work towards. Based on the devastation that COVID-19 has had on our community, as well as you think before COVID-19, all the inequities that exist in our community, now you know those things are just, in my opinion, just magnified to a greater level. 8,000 students that we serve here in the city of New Orleans. And as we prepare for the beginning of the school year, our focus at NOLA Public Schools, as well as for our school leaders, is that at our school level, is that we need to do everything that
Superintendent Lewis, you froze. I'm not sure if you know you did, but you froze on the portion where you said we have to do everything.
that we can possibly do every single time. So that's really where we are, and I really want to take a moment, if we can go to the next slide, to really give an overview of our response. We can go to the next slide, please.
Next slide.
The next one, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right there. Back one. Perfect. Thank you so much. So throughout this crisis, at NOLA Public Schools, we have taken a measured approach, our assessment, our reentry planning, and implementation. As we heard from Council President Williams, as well as Helena Moreno this morning, we came to the council back in the month of March to really talk about what was going to be our initial response to COVID-19. We discussed about learning, we discussed on this very difficult time, but then also we engaged with the council around a huge concern that we had allocate funds to purchase 10,000 Chromebooks for our students, as well as 8,000 hotspots. And now, as we prepare for the upcoming school year, our schools have reassessed to determine where there still were gaps for the purchase of purchases, and also the gap around connectivity, and also are working very aggressively to reduce that gap that we still have around connectivity. But my ask will still be to the council as we continue to support the efforts of Mayor Cantrell is that we are able to be a wireless city where there's Wi-Fi access for all of our students and our families. And that's not just for dealing with a crisis like we're in right now with COVID-19, but how we actually
Mr. Lewis,
move forward.
Mr. Lewis,
Yes.
sorry, you were breaking up when you said your ask of the council. I just want to make sure that we get that.
Okay, thank you so much. So our ask of the council still remains the sound connectivity in the very initial phases. Our schools are also closing to have a long, sustainable plan in place for Wi-Fi connectivity in our city. Are very supportive of Mayor Cantrell in her efforts as around Wi-Fi, and we were around how can we continue to work together to find a long-term sustainable solution to connectivity. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you, right there. So where are we now? In early July, we released the roadmap to the reopening. And as we released our roadmap, we released that roadmap with the health and well-being of our students, our teacher staff, and their families in mind. Our plan, and we heard from Council President today, our plan was developed to adapt to changing how their ability to pivot to remote learning should the need arise. The roadmap also prioritized in-person student learning. We know at the end of the day, we work towards developing the whole child, that our students need to be in school.
Dr. Lewis, is there a way that we can pause for a second and maybe,
Up about
Dr. Lewis,
school, yes.
is there any way we're missing parts of your presentation, and it's there are nuggets that I know we need to hear. Can you back up just a little bit, and maybe we can let it buffer a little bit and make sure we catch it all?
President Williams, I'm changing to a different now.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Williams.
Absolutely. Take your time.
Sorry about that. So as I was continuing to talk about connectivity, as we can see right now, I'm having some connectivity challenges here right now. And so before I just want to go back just so I can be very clear around our ask to the council, just in case that didn't come across clearly, is that as we had that initial conversation around connectivity and we made a lot of progress, as we prepare for the start of this school year, again, we made a lot of progress because our schools have worked very aggressively to close the gap around Chromebooks and laptops, and also working to closing the gap around connectivity. But those solutions that we have in place right now are pretty much one-year contracts because we are doing this for the upcoming school year. And it's going to be so important as a city that we are able to be able to see connectivity just like a utility, where our students, our family, our community can connect to Wi-Fi. And so my administration, we're very supportive of Mayor Cantrell and all of her efforts in the council around finding a long-term sustainable solution to Wi-Fi and connectivity in our city. And so we're just, again, very supportive and want to continue to work as we think of a long-term solution towards connectivity. When it comes down to the roadmap, and we want to definitely prioritize in-person learning, because as we think about supporting the whole child and making sure that our students are able to learn and grow, we know that there's a need for our students to be in the classroom with our teachers. However, at the press conference where I sit along with President Williams, Mayor Cantrell, Dr. Abegno and many others, we talked about what would happen the weekend of the 4th of July will really dictate to us how the opening of school will look. And so as a school system, we took the next 2 weeks working with the New Orleans Health Department and other medical experts to understand daily what was happening over this 2-year period. And at the conclusion of that 2-year period, 2-week period rather, we saw where the counts were. Those counts were not good for having a large number of people in our school buildings. And so we made the very tough decision to move to remote learning for our students for the month of August because of the health data trend that we saw happening. And we hope to be able to get our students back in schools in the month of September. But again, that's going to also depend on our community, continue to get our numbers where they need to be. Even though I say it was a hard decision, it was definitely the right decision. Right now, many of our students are preparing for their first week of school this week. And it's a new school year, and just like any other school year, our students will be meeting their teachers, they will be connecting with old friends, making new friendship, but we all know that this school year will look a bit different because we are starting from remote learning. I want our students and our families to know that as a school system, we're focused not only health and well-being of our students and our educators, but then also making sure that we are able to provide our students in the midst of a crisis their education that they so rightfully deserve. I shared in the very beginning. We already know as a community, our students have been behind and our schools have worked over the last several years to continue to close that gap. But then COVID-19 has introduced some new challenges. So those gaps that we closed, we know that those gaps will probably have widened a little. And so as we begin the school year, we have to be able to work to close those gaps, but also to propel and move our students forward. And before I turn it over to Tiffany and Dina from my staff to actually go through the rest of our presentation, I really want to just take this moment on behalf of our school board to really thank the council definitely today for this opportunity to continue to get our information out. But I want to thank our parents, our students, our educators, our support personnel, and our community at large for your support during a very, very challenging time. As superintendent, as I engage with my fellow superintendents from the metropolitan area, or with the superintendents across this state, or with the superintendents across this nation, it's about a very challenging time for every school community. But what I can truly say about our school system here, we put a solid plan in place. From the very beginning, our plan said that we have accounted for the trends in health data to allow us to pivot. And as you can see, even though we are in phase 2, we're pivoting to distance learning, which would be listed under like phase 1. And that was a tough decision. Again, as I said, it was the right decision. But I want to really thank our school leaders because as we were closing the school year down in the month of May, as NOLA PS, we were working with our schools to put all these different plans in place. Our schools had to, again, we heard Councilman President Williams say that, they had to create, as we gave guidance, multiple plans so that when we announced a pivot from in-person learning, that they were able to make the shift, put that plan in place, being able to work with their teachers, being able to work with their families that have been trusted to them to serve. We're just very, very thankful that they have always kept the health and safety of our students and our educators as a top priority. We know that they have an in-person one-on-one, many of them having one-on-one orientations with our families. And again, safety is always going to be a top priority. And even as we have those sessions for our educators to make sure that they're able to be equipped for this distance learning, they have put things in place. And as a school system, we purchase all the safety equipment so that our community can know, for our students and our educators, that the safety will be and remain a top priority as we work, in my opinion, in a very, very challenging year, a year that none of us have seen before, but a year that I can truly say in a very firm way that NOLA PS and our educators across the city are committed to making sure that we get all of our young people through a challenging year, but a year where we're not talking about the amount of learning loss that has occurred, because we're doing the things on the front end to be able to address many of those inequities that exist in our communities years way prior to COVID-19. So at this time, I'm going to actually turn it over to Dina Hasiotis and Tiffany Dalco, who will take you through the rest of our presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Before we shift to Dina and Tiffany, I wanted to, I'm glad you said what you said about teachers. A lot of times folks forget that teachers are parents also, and are wearing a number of different hats. And just as this is an unprecedented thing that you're going through as in terms of leading our schools, as is for your entire team, teachers and students are navigating this thing for the first time. There is no playbook. So the playbook that you all have endeavored to put together got us through round one of this. We just don't know how many rounds we're going to have. So thank you, and I would turn it over to
Jason?
Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Superintendent, just a qualifying question. The number that you're going to be looking for before you determine what's going to happen.
Williams.
I'm sorry? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Councilman.
Okay.
Yes.
The number that you're looking for to determine what's going to happen after Labor Day, what is that target? What are we basing the determination on, whether we're going to transition back to going into school? Can you clarify that for me?
Yes, sir. And also, I will have Tiffany Dalco from my team, who actually leads this effort. But what we will continue to do is several measures around the critical health data. And what I'm going to ask Tiffany to do right now is just to share some of those critical points that were not only used, will be used for the month of September, but actually was those critical health data points that we used to actually get us to where we are for this decision that we actually enter remote learning. So Tiffany, if you want to just share some more information on how we actually work with the New Orleans Health Department to look at these critical data points.
And then one other caveat to that. The window will be what? If you announce it on XYZ day, is it a week? Is it 2 weeks? What would the window be before parents will have the information that they're going to be transitioning from where we are to where we're trying to go? What's that window?
Yeah. And just like just now, we actually did a 2-week window. Like when we made the announcement on July 20th, that was also anticipating what the first day of school would be for some of our schools. And so we actually made that decision on the 20th because we did know that our schools, no matter what, when we pivot from one mile to the next, that they need some lead time. So this lead time is, in this case here, at least 2 weeks.
Yeah, and I'm happy to take this. Councilmember Banks, once we actually get into our presentation, I believe all of your questions will get answered in greater detail, because that's provided for in our presentation. But basically, we've worked with Dr. Avegno, our medical advisor, Dr. Benjamin Springate with LSU, to create basically a decision-making matrix based on health data, and health data that shows that we are hitting all of the phase 2 targets and well on our way to phase 3 before bringing students back to in-person learning. And we're focusing on new case counts, and that they are at or below the phase 2 target, indicators of community spread, the positive test rate, and that it's 5% or below. And lastly, the ability to provide additional testing to our school community. Those are really the 3 factors that we're focused on. And as Dr. Lewis said, we plan on looking at the data at the end of August and making a decision at the end of August for when and if reopening will occur after Labor Day.
I believe Council Vice President Moreno had a question as well. If you're finished, Councilmember Banks.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
sir, I'm
President.
good. I'll wait till the details come out in the presentation.
I just have a quick question for the superintendent, just based on the ask that he had for the council. So right now, Mr. Superintendent, when it comes to the Chromebooks, the laptops, what are the requirements now? Didn't Bessie, and correct me if I'm wrong, isn't it supposed to be, every student is supposed to be given one of the laptops, one student, one laptop, is that correct?
So that is an expectation from the State Department of Education, yes. So
It's an expectation, but not a requirement.
that's correct, yes.
Because that's what I'm hearing from parents, that maybe a family will have, a laptop provided to them by the school, but then they've got 4 kids in 4 different grades and sharing one laptop, which makes it, impossible for everybody to get their homework done within reasonable hours of the day.
So at NOLA PS, we have taken a very different approach. So even before the state has released their expectation, we know exactly what you're saying, Councilmember Harano, that if we're talking about school, every single kid, even if there are 5 children in the house, need to have their individual devices, because they all will be in school and doing their schoolwork at the same time and cannot shift from computer to computer. I will say probably in the very beginning, we had some of those because of the surveys and how some of our families may have responded. But for this upcoming school year, we as a school system, and again, as our school leaders have reassessed their individual children, have determined what the gaps are and have made purchases so that all of our students who need a computer will have a computer, and not if there's a family, there'll be one for the family. That's not where we are here at NOLA PS.
And what about hotspots too? Because, from what I saw in the study that you all had, about 9,000 of your students did not have access to Wi-Fi. So what about the hotspot deployment?
Yeah, and what happened at the very beginning, a few things. When we did the initial survey and we asked families to say, do you have a computer? Do you have, are you able to connect? Many times our families did yes for connectivity, because in my mind, they have like a cell phone in the house. Right. But we know that's only good as if the individual is home when the student is learning. And so right now, I guess over a month ago, we recognized that we still had about a 20% gap, and our schools are working with their families individually at this time to, one, support them, as many families are taking advantage of our local partners that provides discounted rates our parents, so they're working with them on that, but then also have made their individual purchases to support their school community by buying additional Wi-Fi devices to close the gap. And so we'll know more about where the gap still remains as we approach the opening of the school year. But I will say our schools have worked aggressively to actually address the laptop, as well as that 20% gap that we saw a little over a month ago.
Yeah, I'll just tell you, Mr. Superintendent, I just think we got to work hard on solving this short-term solution of accessibility on the Wi-Fi piece. I think long-term, we've got to work toward a public Wi-Fi network for the city of New Orleans, and that's something that I'm committed to work on, and I know that other council members are very interested in this as well. That's something that the mayor and I have had great discussions on, and that's something that the city will move toward. Yes. But in the meantime, we do need to solve that short-term solution of making sure that, families aren't having to drive, all parts of town during the night to try to find spots where they can get some Wi-Fi so that kids can finish their homework. Yes. So that's where I would really, to figure out a way for the council to help on this hotspot piece. I know that there's certain nonprofits that are interested in this as well. It's great if you have a laptop, but if you can't, send in your work, that's a problem. So, all right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you. I appreciate it, and look forward to continuing the conversation as we continue to solve the initial need, but then also this long-term solution.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Mrs. Delcourt.
Wait, I have a follow-up.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't see you on the screen. Councilman Palmer.
Okay. That's okay. Real fast, I just want to follow up. Councilman Moreno, I 100% agree with you that I think the primary issue we're facing right now are hotspots for folks. But Mr. Henderson, can you tell me again, so you're basically saying that 100% of our kids will have access to laptops and notebooks?
So yes. So again, this is where we are. So our schools, after our initial allocation, now as we're starting this upcoming school year, reassess all of our families to understand the need, and have made purchases to fill the gap for our students that were still without laptops. And then also, in addition to that, we knew that we had about a 20%, like I said a little over a month ago, a 20% gap when it came down to connectivity. And so our schools have been working with our families ever since then to reduce that number. That number is much smaller now. But we want to make sure we get that number down to zero, because again, if you can't connect, then you won't be able to do your schoolwork. Yes.
Okay, so yes to 100% actually have laptops and notebooks.
Yes, those purchases were made by all of our schools to close that gap, and so now they're working to close the gap around connectivity.
Okay, and then when you receive that that assessment that shows where the lack of that 20%, which you think is now less than 20% for the gap, for the connectivity gap, can you get us that information? Because I'm also very interested where in the city, I know you can't give individual information, but if we know certain areas of the city.
Mm-hmm. Okay, certainly we will make sure that we share that information.
As bringing
will continue to update us. Yes, certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Delcourt?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Williams. Dina Hasiotis is actually going to kick us off for the next portion of our slides.
And Dean and I will be sharing a laptop, so I'll step out the way right now.
Good morning, council members. If we could go to the next slide. So just to take a few steps back for a moment, we just dove into a lot of facts on where we are, but we did want to take this opportunity since the last time we spoke with you all. It was right at the peak of when the crisis was beginning to hit our city. So we wanted to share where we've been and then spend details around where we are and where we're going moving forward. So as you'll recall, in March, we really did focus our efforts around a rapid response, getting community feeding up and running within a week of the crisis, implementation of distance learning, though not perfect to all of our students citywide, which was something that other districts did not do across the state. As Dr. Lewis mentioned, we made procurement to start to close the digital divide gap early on, and we started to provide, as we knew would be critical, support around special education and the mental health of our students and staff across our schools. And we did at that time establish excellent relationships with both state and local agencies so that the district and city, here the district could be very connected with the city agencies and those at the state to help us plan and truly solve for system-wide gaps as the crisis continued. We moved in late April and into May around an assessment phase where we really started to work with our schools to reflect on what was working and what was not based upon distance learning. We did, as Dr. Lewis mentioned, start to build robust scenarios for what would occur. A virtual first day of school was one of those scenarios that none of us wanted to have occur, but it was one that was on the table. And we also started to build a distance learning planning guide. A key aspect around health and safety was we began to acquire a health advisor, a medical health advisor, who is Dr. Benjamin Springate from the LSU Health Sciences, who is now a key support for the district as we work through these decisions and support our schools. Another step we took during that time was doing some robust financial forecasting. Given that we know this pandemic is impacting our city and therefore different sources of revenues, we wanted to help our schools plan ahead for this coming year and beyond as best as they could. And lastly, we kicked off in May a lot of our stakeholder engagement, ranging from our task force to our advisory councils to multiple working groups to connecting one-on-one with various advocacy organizations across the city to make sure that we were connected and understood what were priorities. Next slide, please. Thank you. So then where we've been most recently, and as we pivot to implementation, was the reentry planning. So during this time, we issued a survey, which I will share some of the details on. We began to make sure that we were deeply connected with the Louisiana Department of Education in the city of New Orleans. We began to plan to implement school distance learning plans so that we would understand what was happening at schools. The district has been training schools and staff on various aspects of school reopening related to safety, special education, and mental health for both students and staff. We procured and have distributed over thousands and thousands of masks and other PPE equipment to our schools. And we continue to sort of assess and plan, as Dr. Lewis was just talking about, around what is the current technology divide that may still exist, and how do we help our schools as this year kicks off to understand where those are so that we can pivot and quickly respond. And lastly, during this time was when we released our reopening roadmap, which was at the beginning of July, which outlines both the core operational standards that we will hold our schools accountable to as they open their doors to students and staff, and also have created a whole set of supplemental guidance, which all can be found on our website, which answers many different procedural questions and protocols for our schools to follow as they open their doors. Next slide. So just to take a moment around sort of how we've built the plans where we're at and how we're continuing to listen. As we built the reopening roadmap, this is just a visual of the different entities that we were engaged with, again, ranging from state agencies to the city's Department of Health and Office of Youth and Families, our school leaders through various weekly meetings, our advisory councils, which you can see range from students, teachers, parents, retired educators, and our faith-based community, to topic-specific working groups that emerged early on in the crisis around rapid response, but then as we entered the school year, what would be needed. We did do a robust stakeholder survey, and as I said, engaged other participants, which all fed into our thinking that was brought in different forms and fashion to our reopening task force during the month of July and June, and then resulted in our current roadmap, but also are an ongoing source. All of these entities are still moving and running and being engaged because we know that the situation is fluid, it's changing, so our roadmap, while it lays a solid foundation to help us make decisions and move forward through this crisis, we know that every day brings something new, and we have to make sure that we're staying connected and informed to our stakeholders and our key partners as best as we can. Next slide. In terms of our survey, just to give you, in case you did not see when it came out back earlier this summer, but we surveyed in May and July, issued a community-wide survey. We had over 7,000 responses, over 500 students, over 4,700 parents, 1,400 educators, and then 370 other community members. From that survey, there were three major takeaways. First, the majority of students and parents and educators reported feeling supported by their schools during the initial crisis, which was comforting and positive to hear given what a challenging time it was. But we also got good, solid feedback on how things needed to improve, specifically, which it centered much upon around students and parents wanted more direct communication and engagement with their teachers as much as possible moving forward. That was something that for those that had it, it was very powerful, and others felt like that was an area of strength and improvement moving forward, which has directly impacted much of the planning our schools did over the summer, and also is reinforced by the expectations from the Louisiana Department of Education. Second, we had all respondents prioritize the health and safety of students and teachers number one when reconsidering our reopening plans for August. So you have to know also at the point in time when this survey was given, we were thinking about August and sort of what that would look like. So health and safety became the number one priority that they wanted for us to instill. And also they wanted to make sure that there were flexible options in place, teacher training, and also mental health supports for students and staff. Lastly, a huge trend was that parents and educators were uncertain about returning to school in August, where many felt that there needed to be distance learning options and that we would have to figure out ways to engage students no matter what during this crisis. So I think while these were collected in late May and early June, they resonate now. Right? There's lots of uncertainty around how individuals feel about returning in different ways, and that all of these factored into our plans for the reopening roadmap, which provide for lots of avenues for us to move forward based upon the critical health data, and also have led to us making some sound decisions as of now as we start the school year. Next slide. And so this just shares the timeline by which I've just touched upon that we worked through, so you can see how we worked through these times, and which resulted in early July releasing the roadmap, but then as Dr. Lewis mentioned, his decision in late July based upon our review of the critical health data, which we were planning to do when we issued the roadmap in early July, that we knew that there was going to be a critical time by which we would have to make a decision to help both our schools prepare adequately and also families to plan ahead based upon what scenario we may have to follow to ensure the health and safety of students and staff upon school reopening. And so that is why on July 20th, we reviewed the critical data, and on July 21st, we adjusted what it was proposed as the initial phase 2 opening to go distance learning through the start of this school year. Next slide. And now Ms. Delcourt will go through some key aspects of the roadmap and the steps we've taken to prepare.
Thanks, Dina. And thank you all the council members for having us again today to be able to speak about where we've been and where we plan on going. So as Dina Hasiotis was talking about kind of how we built our roadmap and the stakeholders that were involved, I think it's also really important for us to share what our priorities were for that roadmap. First, our first priority is to make sure that it ensured the health and safety of students, staff, and families. Second, and that it maximized in-person learning, especially for our youngest grades who we know struggle with distance learning. And that it provided flexibility in educational options, flexibility for staff, flexibility for families, in the model that they would select. And also very important, and lastly, provides citywide consistency and standards across all of our charter schools. to schools in August. So we're very happy to support our schools with these items. Next slide. Also, recent trainings, we kind of wanted to go over all the ways that we've been engaging and with some of our additional advisors have been engaging with our schools and staff to make sure that they are very knowledgeable of all the work that's being done. Children's Hospital has and continues to be a significant partner of ours in COVID-19 response and planning. They've provided 2 trainings and town hall style to nurses, teachers, and operational staff. We're going to continue those trainings as we move forward through August. And after school restarts, remember children are present, we're also working on additional training for nurses once they've been back at school and might have some additional questions. So Children's continues to be an amazing resource of ours, and we're very thankful for their partnership. Also, we've recently finished the NOLA Public Schools Summer Collaborative Training, which had over 400 participants from over 34 of our different CMOs, where we talked a lot about some of those things, Councilmember Williams, you asked about with special education and special populations. So that training occurred in the last 2 weeks as well. You can kind of see some of the training and the topics that were covered. Teletherapy practices, for example, as many of our clinicians and providers are providing these services in new ways. Also last week, we performed a training of the Operational and Safety Standards Toolkit. And we had over 120 operational staff participate in that. And we'll continue to provide those trainings as, and we can't say it enough, COVID-19 response continues to be very dynamic and fluid. And as we learn more, we make sure our schools know more through these ongoing trainings. Next slide. And so there have been a few frequently asked questions that we've received that we just wanted to take the opportunity to go ahead and answer. And I know that there's questions after this, but hopefully this answers some of them. So one of the frequently asked questions that we've received is, will students and staff have health screening before they enter the building? There will be significant health screening that occurs before students enter their homeroom. We don't want to say necessarily that it will always happen before they enter the building because it rains, it's hot, and we have some other operational techniques, but our schools are planning for the procedures and the health screenings that will occur. That includes temperature checks, as well as basic health screening questions about symptoms and any contact with a known case. Secondly, what happens when it becomes known that someone in a school community is positive for COVID-19? So kind of like we talked about previously, there is a set of reporting requirements. 1, telling the school district, 2, communicating that to the Region 1 State Epidemiologist Office, and also calling Children's Hospital for any guidance or questions schools may have. But we also have a robust set of what our response plans are for schools, who needs to self-quarantine, who needs to self-isolate. Also, and importantly, what criteria should someone meet who has been sick before they can return to school or work? There's a lot of talk about masks, as I'm sure we've all fielded, but will masks be mandatory in every indoor space, or where social distancing is not possible? Our guidance goes a step further than the state's guidance for schools in that we are requiring masks. We're requiring masks unless somebody has a health issue or some other behavioral issue that prevents them from wearing a mask. But masks are mandatory. The only way in which somebody would be able to remove their mask is if they're in an office or a classroom by themselves. So masks are required even when social distancing is being practiced.
Ms. Delcor, can I jump in there on that? We've seen, all you have to do is watch a little bit of national news to see that there are apparently functioning adults who seem to not be able to see a mask as essential as wearing a pair of pants. So as it relates to young kids, where, and I don't know what the developmentally appropriate expectation is for young students wearing masks all day. Can you kind of walk us through you all's thoughts as it relates to young kids? I know that there's stuff that they share, they have shared crayons and shared materials. Can you walk us through what changes you all may have put in place for that population?
Yes, so face masks, wearing face masks is like instilling any other new behavior a teacher needs to provide for in their classrooms. And so what we're working on is trying to find those exemplar curriculum or behavior trainings that teachers can use and implement. Because whenever you teach any new behavior in a school, it takes routine, it takes practice, and a lot of expectation setting. Also, for that, we also know for some students it is more difficult, especially in the younger grades. And it's also for teachers in those youngest grades where there's a lot of, teaching where articulation and seeing mouth movement is very important. This is why we purchased the 50,000 face shields. Because for some individuals, behavioral health risks and also while teaching, being able to see mouth movement is very critical. So face shields are also allowable. There are some extra precautions individuals need to take when wearing a face shield as opposed to a face mask. But we identified that, which is why we made that purchase of additional face shields.
I understand that there are some clear masks as well for autistic children with autism because they need to have that. Is that part of it, or is that the face shield you're talking about?
The face shield, it's a clear plastic shield that kind of goes around the head.
And one of the issues that we have struggled with in terms of city leadership is the area or that intersection of discipline or rule following and enforcement with regards to the adherence of safety protocols, right? We don't necessarily want the police to engage with a group of people and put them in handcuffs because they're not socially distancing. It's like running against the idea of social distancing by coming in contact with people to make them follow those rules. So talk to us about what that discipline will look like, or what you think it should look like in terms of getting young people to adhere to safety protocols in terms of the rules that we need to have in place.
Yeah, absolutely. Our key goal is that this is never punitive, mask wearing. But Dr. Lewis, I know that you've talked a lot about this with our teachers and our school leaders. Is there anything you'd like to add about the discipline and enforcement of face masks?
Yes, as Tiffany stated, we're not approaching the requirement of face masks in a very punitive way. We know that we're in the midst of a crisis, and so as we work with our school leaders and they're working with their staff, is one, even as Tiffany talked about the face shield, is really helping our students understand the importance, and also utilizing our social workers and our counselors to be able to provide those interventions, because we know that students are going to be students, and many times, like, I'm not wearing this mask or whatever, but then when you have those one-on-one critical conversations and you talk about the importance of it, and you include the parent, because it's going to have to be a partnership during this very, very difficult time, because we don't want to see this as, you don't have a mask, you can't come to school. Like, we have to figure out the root of the problem, how we work together to make sure that we're ensuring the safety of not just that student, but everyone at that particular school. So it definitely will be a challenge, but I know as our teachers work to help our students understand even just classroom expectations, this also becomes one of those expectations that we work with as educators.
Thank you.
Jason.
Councilmember Banks.
Just let me give some clarification, and I appreciate that there's going to be health screenings for the staff and the students before they enter. But what happens if someone does have a temperature? Is a child sent home? Is a staff person not allowed to enter the building? What's the process? What's the next step if we get somebody that is out of the boundary in terms of the temperature or whatever else the screenings are going to look for?
Absolutely. So that's all provided for, again, in that supplemental guidance, where we provide incredible detail on the steps that should be taken. First, if anybody's identified through the health screening process to have either a high temperature, because we know it is the beginning of the school year, it is hot outside, what we're asking is for that individual to be taken to an isolated space and retake that temperature in about 15 minutes. Children's temperatures can vary over time if they've been in a hot car or been standing outside, and the same for staff. When somebody's identified either through temperature checks or through asking questions about symptoms and other items, an individual is to be isolated in a waiting area until they can either be seen by the school nurse and for that kind of additional temperature check, but we will be asking those individuals to stay home and monitor for symptoms. So when anybody's identified through the health screening checks, they will be sent to an isolation space if they need their temperature taken again, and then we'll be contacting family members to either come pick up that student or for that staff member to go home and to monitor symptoms.
And in terms of, this is going to add some time to the day to be able to do all of this. So is there a plan to extend the hours of education, or that's just a price of doing business that we will cut the instructional time down? How does all of this fit into the hours of the day?
Yeah, schools have been thinking about that with what their bus route timings look like in the start and the end of the school year, or school day, excuse me, as well as creating multiple points of entry for different individuals. This is where you enter if you're coming from a school bus. This is where you're entering if you're a staff or visitor. This is where you're entering if you're being dropped off by a family member. So the goal is to point to many different entry points so that we're having multiple ways of engaging with those health screenings to make sure that we're getting people into the building timely. And there's just going to be a lot of operational challenges and logistics needed for that. And many of our schools have been working on that for the past 2 to 3 weeks.
And then finally, this segues into this. If a kid on the bus gets to the screening and now has a temperature, are the other kids on that bus, are they held back also, or do they go into the general instructional areas? What happens if you find somebody? Are you quarantining those that are with them?
No, so we follow the CDC's guidance on who requires quarantining. And so the CDC guidance is anybody who's been in contact with a known COVID-19 positive case for more than 15 minutes and less than 6 feet away is required to self-quarantine. We would only quarantine those other individuals on the bus if that individual who was sent home for symptoms was found that their symptoms was not due to something else than COVID. One of our criteria for return is you were sent home with a high temperature. You're only kind of allowed back to school once either a doctor has diagnosed some other cause for that high temperature, strep throat, a urinary tract infection, something like that. So if that individual was identified and tested as positive case for COVID-19, we would then ask that bus and those riders to self-quarantine.
And if the kid or the staff person is diagnosed with a high temperature, are we testing them immediately, or do you send them home or send them wherever to go and get a test, or would there be tests on site? I think the time is of the essence. So the quicker we know that there's a positive, the less likely they are to spread it. So how does that intersect with each other?
Yeah, and so that's one of those reasons for why one of our criteria for returning students to the building was having the ability for more robust testing, so that we can actually know that we can actually do that. So one of the things that would happen if somebody was sent home is we would connect them with Children's Hospital to identify kind of where they could get a low barrier test, low cost, low barrier test for various parts of our community. And so that would kind of be the first step is, okay, parent, we need you to engage with Children's Hospital so that you can kind of get your student assessed if you don't already have an identified primary care physician that you can meet with quickly. That's the reason for that Children's Hospital resource, is to connect families to medical advice and hopefully medical testing as soon as possible.
Okay.
And like you said, that was a great segue into our second to last FAQ is, will there be regular on-site testing for basically those in our school community? And unfortunately at this time, we're not there to be able to, as a city and as a federal government's response, be able to provide that. So we are working closely with the New Orleans Health Department to provide and create a place for prioritized testing once students return to campus, kind of one time before you enter the building or go back to school testing. That's actually also the purpose of that working group that Ms. Hasiotis is spearheading about how do we actually get to a better place with being able to provide more testing to our school community and at what frequency. And so that's why we're pulling together the major health groups and health systems of the city, as well as our Louisiana Department of Health and our New Orleans Department of Health, so that we can really start tackling this need. And lastly, will there be hand washing and sanitizing stations available? NOLA Public Schools has purchased 20 hand sanitizing stations per school. Schools are also providing additional hand sanitizing and hand washing stations on top of that. So part of the operational and safety standards is schools are to identify multiple hand sanitizing and hand washing stations at entryways, exit ways, where people are coming back from outdoor play, or people are before and after they eat, and before and after they transition classrooms. So we've given schools not only 20 hand sanitizing stations, we've also given them the points in the building where those stations need to be available. Next slide.
Wait. Councilmember Williams?
Councilmember Palmer wants to weigh in.
Thank you so much. Actually, you kind of answered one of my questions. I know that a lot of our buildings have been fully renovated and they're beautiful, but I know we have about 30, right? I think that have not had those same types of upgrades. So my questions are kind of around those buildings. First off, have our HVAC systems been tested in those buildings to just really see about the circulation of air and the filtration?
So we've approached HVAC in two different ways. One, air filtration filters are important, but no filter is actually going to get rid of a virus. That's just not how that works. What we have done is for our newer schools that have more sophisticated building automation systems, is ask schools to increase the rate of turnover of fresh air in their buildings. So you're providing more ventilation than would normally be allowed. That has energy cost associated with it, but our schools and our newer buildings are able to increase that flow of air. In our older facilities, like you mentioned, they don't always have those technologies or those abilities. And so in those spaces, we really want to focus on negative pressure to be able to kind of make sure that air is being pushed outside instead of being, because that also has the same effect in a little less high-tech way to also increase fresh air and flow. And so schools have been kind of evaluating through that how they can increase fresh air in their buildings over time.
Right, well, some of these old buildings, right, they have high ceilings, they have transoms, and they have ceiling fans, which could all help with that. And then also with our hot water mixers, then within all of our buildings, you kind of answered the question that you're going to have a lot of supplemental hand sanitizing stations. But also, are we checking like the basic mechanical systems with our plumbing systems as well?
Well, having hot water for hand washing is a standard DHH requirement. So that's not necessarily new for this. So that's a thing that we check every year through facilities annual inspections, is that they have the adequate and appropriate access to hot water for hand washing. What we're doing is kind of emphasizing that and increasing it with those additional 20 hand sanitizing stations.
Okay. And then when we talk about social distancing, how are we able to do, some of these schools are going to be able to do it if they have larger buildings, larger classrooms, but a lot of our schools cannot do that. So I'm assuming what we're doing is asking for flexibility there. How is that going to work?
No, I mean, that's the reason why we're, for our reopening model, that we prioritize pre-K through 4, bringing them to the building every day, because we knew that the capacity restrictions for how many students can be in a room at any one time just meant we couldn't bring all the students back at one time. There isn't enough space. So that return to school model is really what solves that, is that we're reducing the students that are coming to the building every day so that we can actually use more space, have smaller classroom sizes. So those capacity restrictions, again, are super foundational to our reopening roadmap and kind of the logic we had. And that's why only pre-K through 4 would be returning to the building in a traditional way.
Right. Yeah, and I've toured some other schools where they're actually using their gyms, you know, as you know, teaching spaces and other areas, and right.
As well.
Social distancing. I'm sorry if I missed it about school buses. So how are we monitoring social distancing on school buses?
So in phase 2, there's capacity restrictions on school buses, but there's not the requirement for social distancing. The requirement is that you're providing as much space as possible. And so how schools are solving for that is thinking through their routing and thinking about how they can only have so many students that meet that 50% and how they should be seated and spaced when they actually get on the bus. And so that's going to be monitored with schools who have bus monitors on their buses, as well as asking the school bus drivers to help enforce that. So schools are really, again, relying on that routing to limit the number of students that are on the bus and keeping kind of family units together, so brother and sister sitting in the same seat, but then creating space for that next rider or that next person that's not within their family unit.
Okay, and then lastly, FEMA money. Are we seeing any kind of money for FEMA from CARES Act, et cetera, that can be utilized for the cost of, additional teachers or buses or any of these things that you're putting into place?
So we've asked all schools to make sure that they are FEMA applicants for this disaster. And so all of our schools have already kind of made that status and made that application. What we're really waiting to see is kind of what this next round of CARES Act dollars provides for schools. And we will continue to be a person we have a grants management team that we've identified and hired just for COVID-19 so that we can help dive through the kind of nitty gritty needs and what is applicable for what funding source so that we can provide that information to schools and they don't have to individually figure this out on their own. And so we will be applying for FEMA funds for some of the reimbursements for the PPE that we purchased. And we're also trying to get as much information through governmental affairs and other resources about how the current CARES Act dollars can be used, and again, how those future dollars can be used moving forward, and making sure that we're sharing that as a resource to schools.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. Councilmember Nguyen, are you trying to weigh in?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Tiffany, I have a question. What about kids that are disabled, kids that are on IEP? Is there a specific plan to help meet those needs for those kids?
So one of the things that we've put in place is thinking about how do you provide those therapy and provider pull-out services in this environment, because it is foundational to the mission and the need for many of our schools, especially those students with IEPs. And so we've identified a way to make sure that those providers can provide that resource by creating some standards about kind of the isolated space that those therapies should be provided, what kind of cleaning is needed before the next individual receives their therapy or session with that provider. So we want to make sure that that is not prohibited in any of our reopening plans, but that we're providing clear guidance on how to do that safely, because we know it is incredibly necessary. The training that was just provided by Dr. Shayla Guidry on our team really went through all of those different resources of how do you do teletherapy, how do you do some of the clinical visits in a virtual way. So we had over 400 people participate in that training last week, and I believe our team is thinking about kind of how we do additional trainings throughout the year as we again learn more and find more additional resources.
So would those trainings take place prior to the opening of virtual school next week?
That training took place last week.
Okay, and so we're anticipating that those kids will be able to benefit a little bit more than how we roll out distant learning at the beginning, because I know it's kind of like at the last minute thing.
Yes, we've learned a lot. We've learned a lot from the spring, revised our plans over the summer, and are excited to implement a lot more resources for this year of distance learning. Dr. Lewis, I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add there.
That pretty much covers it, yes, but it will be ongoing training support for our schools.
Okay, and your roadmap, do you guys have hard copies available for people to, if they don't have access to a printer or to a computer?
I don't know that we have paper copies available, but we can make them available at our welcome desk.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen. Tiffany, did that complete your frequently asked questions, or did you have?
Yes, it does.
Let me ask you, in the world of, this council has been very focused on trauma and how it affects our kids, and largely we talk about it as it relates to violent crime or being present for violent crime. Can you speak to us about the plan for addressing children's concerns about the virus as they leave the house? For example, students who may have had loved ones who have died from the virus or have been hospitalized for long periods of time. So I guess maybe speak to us about as hard as this has been on the health and well-being of all of us, just being isolated from everything and everyone takes a mental toll on us all. So can you speak to that mental toll and the mental health needs for children who have been just as isolated as we have as adults?
Yeah, we identified through the survey with parents and teachers and other community members how important state mental health was, and making sure that there are plenty of resources available for all of those in our school community around mental health. And so part of our supplemental guidance provided additional resources to schools as well as families around mental health supports. That training that I was talking about that took place last week, that had over 400 participants and over 30 of our charter management organizations, also dove deeply into mental health supports, resources that are available to really connect those to those resources that we've identified through our other healthcare providers in the city who are making themselves available, as well as other resources through our public schools community.
Okay.
If I could just add,
Sure.
Mr. Williams, that there are steps, schools have addressing the social and emotional needs of our students have always been a priority that we need to be at before this crisis, which has only exacerbated it, as you said. And so there are universal behavioral health screeners that are available for schools to be implementing as the school year starts. So when you do academic screeners, the idea of assessing their mental and behavioral health is a step to be taken. And our schools are building very thoughtful plans for how to think through supporting students from afar, especially virtually. So what does it mean to do a sort of social emotional curriculum from afar? What does that look like in a day-to-day schedule? How do we check in with students to assess their wellness and give them the support? And also think through those students who become most disengaged, that are not engaging as we start this school year. How do we track those students, connect with them, and support them? And that is something we are working through our Office of Student Support and Attendance, through the Bridge, which is a program that we've launched to support our middle school students, especially those that are at risk of disengagement, to think through how do we make sure across the board, from as we're beginning the school year, to assess where students are, what programming schools are putting into place around their curriculums, which is a piece of the strong expectations from the State Department of Education. And also then on the back end of those students that we know are most disengaged, how do we get to them and support them in a robust way?
That's amazing and really important. Glad to hear that. Shifting from our younger folks, and I know this is typically not the job of a school system, but what about the mental health of teachers and administrators? Is there a component that you all have added to sort of check on the wellness of those who are providing the service? And I ask because whether it's first responders or people in the healthcare profession, the weight of this isolation, the weight of this crisis is heavier on people who are providing help and services for others. So I'm just wondering if that's part of this as well.
Two steps we've taken. One is it's very much so, and we started to see that especially early on in the survey data that we were collecting from our educators in late May, that their own concerns around isolation and challenges were higher than others. And so we shared that with our school leaders immediately to help them start to prioritize how would they welcome teachers back as they approach this school year as one step. Second, we did host a training for all charter management leaders and CEOs around the importance of social emotional health for students and staff, specifically around self-care and thinking through how to take care of one another through this time. And lastly, that training that Tiffany's mentioned just this past a few weeks ago, there was a segment on working with teachers around their mental health in particular to give them what they need. Now, these are all sort of steps we can take, but I do know that our school leaders and at the district, we know that teachers have been on the front lines of this in various ways, and we need to continue to support them along with our students and families.
On teachers, if a teacher is in an at-risk category or has someone in their home that's in an at-risk category or have children at home, is there a mechanism for them to teach remotely or virtually because of a compromised situation?
I can take that, or Dr. Lewis, do you want to take that one? You're on mute, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. Yes, Dean, you also can chime in, but when we look at our employees at individual schools, they are to assess all of their employees to understand that if there are challenges, but also be able to share with their employees the various options. And so we are also doing that directly here at NOLA Public School for even the individuals who actually are working directly at the school district. Even tying into the earlier question about even the mental health of our employees, even at NOLA PS, that we have things in place for them to be able to get the supports that they need if they're also having challenges, because they're also serving the 45,000 families in the 38 charter management organization we have here in the city of New Orleans. But yes, those protocols are in place, and Dina, if you want to go ahead and just give some more information about how schools go through that process to determine various needs of our school-based employees.
We've asked that question specifically of our schools, that have they put in standards and procedures in place to assess the individual needs of staff. The answer is yes, and all of our organizations are working on an individual basis if someone is immunocompromised or has other challenges, to work with them, to make accommodations, and they're all continuing to follow all of the federal regulations and acts in place to give families relief at time based upon whatever challenges they may be facing at home to support their work. But we do know that our school leaders are working to address each one of those needs and think about the accommodations that may be needed for individual staff.
And do you think that?
Let me ask that a different, if you could, I just want to be very clear. If a teacher is of an age group or an older person, has an underlying health issue, or has someone that they are taking care of at their home or they're very close in contact with who could be highly susceptible to the virus, they will not be punished because they have concerns about themselves or their family and they are not willing to take that chance. I want to be clear on that, because I've been called by multiple teachers that are fearful of what's going to happen. And while first responders, police and fire, they put their lives on the line every day, teachers didn't necessarily sign up to do that. So I want to be clear that there will be no retaliation if a teacher has a health concern for him or his or her family.
Yeah, so there's no retaliation, but what I will say very clearly is that schools, just like any organization, and as educators, we have laws that we also have to follow, and through the human resource, and that's why we answered the question that we did, because every school, and I'm not just talking about in New Orleans, that we've all actually had this conversation, even at the state level, and so there are guidelines and requirements that all schools have to go through and understand each individual case and align that with the law and determine whether those measures that can be provided for the various individuals based on those different scenarios that has been described. And that's why we encourage everyone, if they have those concerns, which our schools are doing this anyway, is to talk with their school, talk with the human resources, and see what the opportunities and options that are available to each individual based on their individual case.
Jason, I had a couple of others, but I didn't mean to cut you off, but I didn't want that to pass. So when you finish, let me come back to me.
I'll turn it right back over to you. And this is just more brass tack stuff in terms of physical structures. Is there a plan to hire more custodians in terms of, I know there's going to be a need for extra cleaning and sanitizing when kids are back in the building, or will teachers take on an additional role of being responsible for sanitizing surfaces in classrooms? Just wondering, what can you speak to us on that?
Yeah, so what we are requiring is that schools have daily intensified cleaning efforts. And we've kind of built out and framed out what that actually means, what surfaces need to be cleaned up, what frequency, and what type of products. What we haven't mandated is schools actually hire additional custodians, but they have to meet our requirements. For example, New Orleans Public Schools is going to be running Cog Hill Elementary this year. We have provided additional staff for Cog Hill for those intensified cleaning efforts that would be more than in a typical school year. So what we've mandated is the level of cleaning that's required. Schools will be determining how they're actually implementing that, but I believe many, if not all of our schools will be either extending the hours of custodial staff as well as asking their custodial companies to bring additional resources.
And Tiffany, will that also apply to roles for like nurses? I know some schools have part-time folks like that. Will there be a ramping up of that as well?
We're hoping to solve that for schools in many different ways. We're working with Children's Hospital to identify where we can make additional nursing resources available to schools.
Great.
So we're doing that work with Children's now.
Really, really good to hear that. And also in terms of, and this is way over my head, and I know the folks on this call can sort of give us some guidance on it. But given the complexities of the autonomy that exists now in Act 91, who is actually going to be responsible for the oversight or enforcement or compliance of these mandated sanitizing guidelines? Would that be a situation where, like who will shut down a school if there's an outbreak and no one is addressing those needs, given the roles that charters play and the like?
So NOLA Public Schools have set the standards for all of our schools to follow, and also we will be doing the oversight of those standards, those health standards that we have in place. And I saw, Tiffany, you were about to jump in if you want to chime in.
Yeah, absolutely. So not only have we've set our standards in the roadmap to reopening, we're also going to be asking our schools to sign letters that they're going to be adhering to those, as well as providing monitoring plans for that work. We also plan on having boots on the ground, monitoring those plans and doing a standardized set of inspections once the school year starts and students are back on campus in some capacity. So we will be providing oversight, I would say paper oversight and in the field oversight, kind of both areas, which is kind of our typical process for any authorizer action that we have, is that we want to see your plans, we want to see the paper, and we'll also be doing in-field work.
So putting my lawyer hat on, is it safe to say that these are OPS guidelines, and if a school is using an OPS building, then the condition of you using this building is living up to these standards? Is that?
It is, but I would say it's not just tied about the building.
Okay.
We have many NOLA Public Schools authorized schools that are not in our buildings. The standards are the same.
Great. Good to hear.
For that, Jason, I just have a follow-up, Mr. President, to your question. So just, Ms. Delcourt, just so that I'm clear, so I get that you all have oversight and that you can go and inspect the schools, but for example, what happens if one of the schools decides not to send the letter that you provide to them, that they're going to follow all of the roadmap guidelines, or what happens if you do find that, that maybe, they're not adhering to some of the social distancing guidelines or whatever it could be? Like, what happens then?
Yeah, so that's the purpose of why we've been doing this planning and work with schools since April. And these decisions were made with them and not for them. So we have really done a lot of coalition building on making sure everybody understands the importance, is on board with these standards. And so we're asking everybody to sign these assurances as a formality. But again, whenever we see something that's happening in schools that shouldn't, we'd be using kind of our standard set of tools to kind of work on those needs, corrective action plans, additional training, additional communications that we might send on our own behalf for the school. So there are a lot of tools available to us that we can use whenever we might have some issues of compliance. But we've solved a lot of that by just doing all the coalition building and planning with schools that we've done for the last several months.
But you're assuring us that the plan that you all put in place, while they're being called guidelines, they're actually going to be a mandate for all of the schools then?
The safety standards that we have are a mandate. They are mandated by the Louisiana Department of Education as well, so not just by NOLA Public Schools. We've provided additional. Was there another question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so what about the whole roadmap and the guidelines that are in the roadmap? Are those
the majority of our guidelines are actually state mandates. What we've provided is additional implementation procedures for how schools can implement those standards.
Okay. So on the teacher side, just to follow up on what Councilmember Banks was talking about, so because I've heard that, some teachers have gone to their schools and they have been told that even though they may have a pre-existing condition, something like that, if they choose not to report, that they may have to take sick days, which is kind of not what the messaging has been from you all. So what would be the consequences for a school that would be, taking kind of different action toward having teachers report to school or having them take sick days?
Also, let me just chime into that. So again, that's why I keep going back to the HR procedures and laws. Like even at NOLA Public Schools, we have individuals who may have sat with our HR department, said what their concern is or their condition, and there's assessment that has to be done to determine that if that individual can get accommodation to remain at home or not. And so those things there is not one blanket statement. We can't say if you have this is all like it's a process, and that's why I continue to say that those have to be done by any organization, and we talk about schools, any school across the state of Louisiana, that they have to look at those individual cases, understand, and be able to make a determination of what options. And for some individuals may have made a decision because they may qualify for FLMA, they may qualify for some other things, and so HR is actually, our human resource departments are actually giving our educators and our school-based employees, because it's just not educators, all employees, to what their rights and those things that they are afforded the opportunity to take advantage of. So there's no one blanket statement. These have to be addressed individually, and then the organization needs to go through their protocol to determine what can be provided for that particular employee.
Well, thank you, Mr. Superintendent, for clearing that up, because I think early on, I think there was some information, maybe it was understood incorrectly, that if teachers or anyone who worked at a school had some type of pre-existing condition and there was going to be a return to school, that there would be that the Orleans Parish Schools recommended that teachers, be able to work from home and just work it out with the schools. Like, that being said, that it would be like you would be able to work from home. But what you're saying is that that's not necessarily going to be the case.
Yeah, and let me just clarify, even the resolution that our school board passed last week was just really giving guidance, because what it refers to is actually various laws, and then within that, a process that schools should go through, and it's actually what we're talking about, to meet with each individual employee to understand what their needs are, to be able to let them know that here are the various options that are available, and then make a determination if they qualify. But it's just no one blanket statement. And I will say, even just stepping out New Orleans for a second, but just looking at all school districts across the state of Louisiana, even as superintendents, we've had all of us at our summer conference really going through understanding the law and what are the rights and things that we're able to afford to our employees, and then those things are what actually is being implemented today. And as Tiffany has shared, even in some of our guidance we have given, but I know even with our charter schools that they have also participated in training to understand how to implement this procedure as we understand the needs of our employees and what we're able to do for each individual as they share with their either underlying conditions or their concerns as we look at returning to work.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Banks, are you ready to go?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple of questions. And I want to get clarification, and I appreciate I thought I heard that you say you're going to be working with Ochsner to hire additional nurses, but is having a nurse on site a requirement or a goal for each school?
A goal.
Okay. So what happens if you don't have a nurse on site?
So if you don't have a nurse on site, we're asking for there to be several levels of cross-training, so that when individuals do get identified sick through one of those health screening measures, that the staff on site are aware of who's responsible for identifying that individual, ensuring they're in the isolation space, and also ensuring that they get home safely, and following up with them on kind of their next steps. So also, we'll have multiple points of health temperature checks that are happening in the building. All of those will be able to be performed by nurses as well. And so again, cross training, the nurse providing training on how you do those temperatures based on the temperature of the device you're using.
And what's the reason that a school wouldn't have a nurse on site?
Many of our schools have nurses, but they usually roam. They roam to different schools throughout the day. And so most of our schools have nurses. They might just not be present at all of their school buildings, and they're maybe spending a few hours at one school and a few hours at another school. So that's quite typical of not only our school system, but many throughout the state.
I guess the problem, though, is that today nothing is typical. So what used to work may not necessarily fit this. And I would hope that at some point we could look at requiring that each school have a nurse on site. Now, if that required additional resources or reallocating of resources or restructuring, I think that this is of the importance that a medical professional needs to be there. And this virus is writing the script. So whatever we did last year, that's not relevant anymore. So I get it that it was okay to transfer them daily prior to now, but right now, that just doesn't fit. So I think that at some point, and I think that point is now, we need to be looking at doing everything that we can to make sure that our children are as safe as possible. And I would think that having a trained medical professional on site, if those children have to be there, if the teachers have to be there, if the staff has to be there, there needs to be something more than a YouTube video on what they need to do to be able to deal with it. We need to have medical professionals on site. And then my next question would be the mandates. Now, I am not a Republican, but Ronald Reagan said one of the truest things ever said in the history of mankind: trust but verify. So the mandates that have been issued, who is going to be responsible for monitoring those? And then how often is that monitoring going to take place? Is this a daily review? Is it a weekly review? It's a monthly review? What's the structure to make sure that these things that we're coming up with are being adhered to?
So that's the purpose of those monitoring plans. So I take your point of trust but verify to heart, and we do that work that we do with monitoring schools. So one is for schools to provide a monitoring plan of their operational and safety standards, and then also for us to do the paper review of those plans, but also have boots on the ground who are doing those checks physically. We will learn more once we do our first round of these inspections, and we'll be doing them throughout the year as we continue with our phased approach to reopening, as that will change over time, and guidances may also change over time as our federal government learns more about this pandemic. So schools will be providing a monitoring plan, which will identify daily monitoring, weekly monitoring, and quarterly monitoring measures, as well as then our team providing those in the field inspections.
And then finally, I mean, Act 91 is what it is, and it's got what it's got in it. But if there is a determination that someone has not been following the mandates, what's the time frame or what's the structure to be able to deal with that? Is it are you able to shut them down immediately? Do you have to go through a month of hearings? Our children's lives are at stake. Our teachers' lives are at stake. So if somebody isn't playing by the rules, what's the plan and what authority does the school board have, considering Act 91, to be able to deal with it, and it needs to be dealt with sooner than later? How does that work?
Yeah, so just like any non-compliance that we have with our schools, and especially in light of COVID-19, as we notice that there is a violation, we're going to go ahead and do our quick, thorough investigation of that matter, determine what the next steps are, work not only with making the charter leader aware, but also the board chair, and go through our necessary protocols to determine what are going to be our additional actions. So again, if you say it's going to be whether it's going to be a week, a month, or what have you, as we determine what's happening, we're going to be swift about it, and we're going to take our action as accordingly, but we have to go ahead and follow those guidelines that we have to, that's already in place to determine how long it's going to be. But I can rest assure you that as we talk about the safety of our students, our employees, and all that is involved, if we have egregious safety issues, I think our community have seen NOLA Public School as an organization take very swift actions when things have been totally egregious, and there have been points where we've taken the school over. So again, don't want to go down that road, but I just want to reassure our community two things. One, that we have our processes in place, but then two, I just have to also say that, yeah, you may have a few issues or an organization here or over there that we have to deal with, but for the most part, I just have to be clear that our school leaders have been working very, very hard and long hours because they understand this crisis that we're in and realize that we have to work together. And so the cooperation is there, but I will assure you, if we have issues where we have a one over here or one over there, that we're going to take the actions that are necessary. But I want to say that we have to applaud our schools in this. You heard us present today. And all the stuff that has happened behind the scenes to get us to this point, we have to also recognize that even as we put this roadmap together and working with the school leaders for months together, that this is a solid plan that is actually brought in by our entire school community. But again, if we have those issues on the side, we'll definitely handle them. But I don't want to lose sight of the hard work that our schools have put in place to make sure that we can get through this crisis together.
And Dr. Lewis, let me be clear. I don't want to say that anybody has done anything wrong or has not been intentional or committed to what they're trying to do, but we need to be intentional on making sure that if there is a problem,
yes, sir,
that the typical normal way of doing stuff through bureaucratic hearings and different layers of appeals and all of that stuff, we will be dealing with people's lives.
That's right.
This is far different than someone doing something on an academic level or on a procedural level or not filing a paper on time. This is much different than that.
No,
We've got people's lives who are going to be jeopardized if we do not handle the protocols as relates to this virus to the letter. And that's why I want to be clear that if there is a violation, that the recourse will be swift and harsh. Everybody needs to understand that. Because again, this is different than you not filing your XYZ form on time. You can actually call somebody their life without doing what we need to do. And I just want to make sure that everybody's aware of that.
Yes, sir. And I agree with you and I understand, but I also just wanted to put out there, not that you were implying this, but just that there has been a lot of hard work and sometimes that gets lost in some of these conversations. So I just wanted to put that on the record, that's all. But was not saying that you had, was alluding to that. So, but I support exactly what you're saying, Councilman.
Councilmember Banks, I heard you say something about mandating nurses in school, and I just want to caution our body about opining about best practices. I mean, we have people checking temperatures at City Hall right now, and those folks aren't nurses. And I think ideally the goal is to keep sick people away from the building, and I don't think there's going to be any treating of folks who are sick in the building. And so I think it'd be best to let Children's Hospital sort of weigh in first with a plan, because at a time where we've got really, really limited resources, I would imagine if we were going to invest more, it might be in the area of whether it's custodians and engineers in terms of sanitizing that area in a more robust fashion than mandating that schools have a professional on standby in case someone gets sick. I just think we need to be careful about what we mandate from here.
And with all due respect, Council President, you're entitled to your opinion, and I respect that. But I have worked in the school. I am very concerned about the health of our children, and I would much rather have a trained medical professional on site than an engineer. So with all due respect, I appreciate your opinion, but mine is such that having a medical professional, I don't think would hurt anyone. I think it would give our parents and our staff an additional level of comfort that they may not have by knowing that there is not a nurse there. Now, let's go to the other side. Many of the schools do have nurses full-time. Those tend to be the schools that are far more economically sound than some others. Now, the inner city schools may not have that same luxury. So at the end of the day, I would believe that it is in our best interest to do all we can do to put all the schools on the same level. So while I appreciate your opinion, mine doesn't change. And I am not mandating anything. The city council doesn't have the authority to mandate to the school board what they ought to do. But I think common sense would say that in a medical emergency, having a medical professional on site ain't a bad thing. So with all due respect, Mr. President, thank you.
Well, I just want to put my opinion on the record, and I think the goal is to prevent there from being medical emergencies with regards to COVID-19 in the school. Council Vice President Moreno.
Thank you. My question is for the superintendent again. A question about consistency for all the schools to follow during emergencies. Do you think that, and obviously I understand what's in Act 91, but do you think that it could be helpful for Orleans Parish schools to have a little bit more power when it comes to mandates during emergencies, so that we ensure for sure that that all schools are following the best guidelines coming from Orleans Parish schools? And sure, if they want to do above and beyond what you all recommend, that's great, but that they at least are following the guidelines from New Orleans Public Schools. Do you think a potential legislative change could be helpful to give you all a bit more power during emergencies?
So certainly a very good question, and I would say, even as what we know today as Act 91, and when it became law here for the city of New Orleans of how we educate our students, a pandemic was never ever thought of, right? Even when we talk about the emergency powers that are part of Act 91, you think about hurricanes and some other things that are very, very familiar to us, but a pandemic was never ever considered. I will say that two things. One, I'm pleased at this moment of how we have been able to work together, and now we want to have these additional assurances within for our schools to sign off. However, the members of the Orleans Parish School Board are aware of this challenge that Act 91 does not provide, and we understand that would have to go through a modification in the law around emergency powers or what have you, and so those things are going to be considered. However, in the moment right now, in the absence of that, I think we have a strong plan in place, but then for the long term in the future, that this is something that would definitely need to be looked at, because again, I would clearly say that when Act 91 passed and the emergency powers of the superintendent, that this pandemic was not considered.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you all have some pretty good, strong guidelines, but I think the only way that you're going to get complete assurance that everyone is following it, and where you actually really have the power to make sure that everyone is following this, is if you do get a bit of a legislative change, that in certain types of very specific emergencies like this one, that you would have the power to keep, all schools consistent as to what they would have to follow to ensure that kids and anyone that's in those buildings or working with those buildings are maintained safe.
Yeah, because I would clearly say, even as we would look at a potential change in law, what you see actually in our roadmap and the guidance that we have, and the safety health standards, and many of the things that we have acknowledged that our schools are signed off through our assurances, you would not need an assurance to actually move forward. But it's the things that we have accomplished. But again, a change in the law would just take this additional work that we did collectively with our schools, out of that piece there, in the case of very specific emergencies or what have you. So,
I'm happy to work with you and our New Orleans delegation on that.
Thank you so much, and I'll make sure Board Member John A. Brown Sr. is the chair of our legislative committee, and of course Ethan Ashley is our board president. I'll make sure that they're aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no further questions, did you, Superintendent Lewis, Mrs. Delcourt, or Mrs. Hasiotis want to close out with anything?
Yes.
We do have one last slide, yeah.
Sure.
Look, And Tiffany and Dina, do you all have anything else that you want to share before I go ahead and close out?
Dr. Lewis.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you all so much again for this opportunity to give an update on the reopening of schools here in the city of New Orleans. We know it's a very, very challenging time, but as you can see this afternoon, a lot of work has been put in by a lot of different individuals, and we've talked about this today about how we are addressing technology and connectivity, how we are looking at protecting our students and teachers and educators in our school building by not only the safety protocols that we have in place, but the purchase of all of the PPE. But I really want to say to the council, we're looking forward to continuing the conversation for long-term connectivity with Wi-Fi in the city of New Orleans. And so we want to continue to partner with Mayor Cantrell and the city council on that endeavor. And then what we're asking for our entire community is to be reminded that this is a very, very challenging time. There's no right answer, but what I will say that you have to take the information that has been provided and make the best informed decision. I believe our roadmap actually gives us the flexibility to be really data driven in our decision making. And even as we go throughout the school year, where we're going to have peaks in the virus, may have downtime where we're able to actually have our kids back in school and make those transitions. All those things are going to present challenges, but we have to, in this moment, continue to band together on behalf of the 45,000 students we serve here in the city of New Orleans. They're counting on us. We continue to hear Mayor Cantrell talk about the large gathering. You know, we have to be able to, again, to continue to wear those face coverings, wash our hands as often as we can, practice social distancing, and when you're sick, you have to stay home. Like, those things are going to have a huge impact on a school system that had inequities before this happened. So we have to work together, understand what the needs are, and be able to come together as a community, because again, I promise you, the state of Louisiana has taken note of what has happened here in the city of New Orleans and how we have come together to look at public education in the start of our school year that may look very, very different from other schools in the state of Louisiana. So again, you have to recognize that that's not by chance. That's by a lot of hard work and dedication, and that's what's going to take us through this very, very difficult year. So again, Councilmember President Williams and the entire council, we thank you all for this opportunity to just give another update on the work that's happening here with Northern Public Schools and Orleans Parish School Board as we prepare to open our school year. Very different school year, but it will be a successful one because we all are going to work together on this. Thank you so much.
Dr. Lewis, thank you and your entire team present and not on this Zoom call for your unprecedented leadership during a very unprecedented time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now hear from the Archdiocese. We have a letter from the Superintendent, Raynell Houston. They were invited to participate, and they did provide a correspondence that we will now read.
This is a statement from Dr. Raynell Houston. As this school year begins, it is our preference that all students be present in their school communities for face-to-face instruction and faith formation. However, we realize that this traditional school setting may not always be possible in the midst of COVID-19. Additionally, the Archdiocese of New Orleans encompasses 8 civil parishes and diverse populations of students, making it impossible to impose one set of reopening criteria on the area Catholic schools. Rather, we chose to respect the decisions first and foremost of our families and of our school leaders of how and when to reopen school. These decisions were not based on feelings and emotions, but by looking at data and studies of the return to school in other parts of the world, and by taking the recommendations of the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and other leaders in child development, that the return to in-school instruction, or in-person instruction, is best for children's educational and social development. We have also looked to our many weeks of successfully operating summer camps at many school campuses as a means of learning and testing methods and practices to keep our school communities safe. We also recognize that parents are the first and primary educators of their children and must make decisions based on their unique circumstances. In certain situations, families may not feel comfortable with their children returning to the brick-and-mortar campus. When this scenario arises, no matter the reasons, our schools will accommodate families that seek an alternate model for education. Catholic schools in the Archdiocese of New Orleans were charged with developing school-specific plans based on guidance from the Office of Catholic Schools and the input of civil officials and healthcare professionals. School leaders sought the input and feedback of their school communities, which include school leaders, faculty, and families. What these plans look like, even in New Orleans Parish, vary based on the specific needs and requests of the school community. Our schools have begun to reopen for the 2020-2021 school year according to their plans, all with options of traditional and virtual education, and several with a hybrid model to begin. It is my prayer that families are able to choose the option that best meets their specific needs. Any school reopening in a traditional setting will be required to meet the standards set by governing officials to the best of their ability. These standards and guidelines include those issued by the Centers for Disease Control, the Department of Health, and the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education. Some of these considerations include requiring masks and/or face coverings, limiting class size, allowing for social distancing when possible, modified schedules and curriculum, and many more health and hygiene and logistical considerations, all of which are addressed in each school's individual plan. All school plans have been reviewed by staff in the Office of Catholic Schools, and many were completed with input from healthcare providers working directly with school leaders. The challenges of returning to school amidst a pandemic are many, but as educators, we feel strongly that it is of vital importance to our community that we rise to the challenge of continuing to educate our Catholic school children in a safe environment that challenges and forms the heart and mind. We believe in our decisions to support our families and their choices and to reopen safely. Our fervent hope and prayer is that this COVID-19 pandemic will be brought under control and that we will soon begin to return to a sense of normalcy in our society, particularly for our children.
Mrs. Entz, thank you for that, and thank you for that correspondence from the Archdiocese. I will turn to our second, our second in-person presentation, healthcare and local government representatives. We have Auctioneer Health Center. To begin the next presentation, we welcome Dr. William Lenars, Pediatric System Chair at Auctioneer Health. We have Children's Hospital following them. Dr. Tony Gross and Tamara Bradford. Thank you. Following them, we have the Department of Health moving along to Dr. Cantor, who will join us, and hopefully, and I'm not certain, I know Dr. Vegno had another meeting, our city, the City of New Orleans Director of Health, as well as the Office of Youth and Families, represented by Director Emily Wolf. I will start with you, Dr. Lenars. Looks like Dr. Lenars is connecting the audio now. All right, perfect. Dr. Lenars?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thanks for inviting us. Can you hear me all right?
Hear you perfectly.
Great. Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to address the council, and I don't have prepared slides. I just wanted to really summarize that Ochsner has been working rather intensely since the very beginning days of the pandemic, very, very early on, to provide daycare to many healthcare workers, children, and then soon thereafter we began to hear calls for help from schools around planning for education when it resumed. And we have built a team of school experts physicians, 7 physicians who interface with the schools, guided by our infection control and infectious disease folks. In addition to that, we have a panel of research physicians who are constantly culling this, what I call a fire hose of information on COVID research related to children, related to schools. And we also have pulled in our child psychology division and have folks looking at both the psychologic aspects of COVID on kids as they come back to school, both the special needs population and the general population of kids. So those are kind of the 3 components. The information that we have gleaned and distilled to help us provide guidance to the schools really has emerged in sort of 2 silos that have to be balanced, and each has risk and each has benefit. As those on this call well know, there is considerable risk and detriment to children being out of live education for prolonged periods of time. Not just the educational gap being created, but the emotional needs, the social development, the psychological impact, depression, weight gain, inactivity, all of which you guys as experts know very well of. And so we have thought all along it's very important to balance that with the risk and mitigation of the COVID-19 infection. Still, at this point, I would characterize our fund of knowledge around managing COVID in the schools is unfortunately limited to just a few certain levers and dials that you as educators can utilize to decrease and mitigate risk. They are still fundamentally cohorting and distancing, just as the school board folks have gone over, and masking. Those are the absolute, we feel are solidly tested, proven, and agreed upon by all public health authorities around the world. So cohorting and distancing, which work together, and masking, very imperative. We have one slight glimmer of information that has come down the research pipeline from experiences in other countries, and that is that while younger children definitely learn less well in a virtual setting, they also may be a population that are less infectious or transmit infection less, and that is why we certainly are encouraging of the kind of tactics that the Orleans Parish School District just laid out to you, which would include, when they do go back to live education, prioritizing live education first for the youngest children who have a much harder time getting that in the virtual setting. At the same time, we have that we've made ourselves available really to multiple schools and school systems. We also do recognize the need for sort of on-the-ground level healthcare experts at the schools. And again, in answer to numerous requests, we have mounted a school nursing, live school nursing program, and are working with a number of schools to sort of scale out our fund of knowledge right to the school level with continuous communication access there. We really, in the end, want to emphasize that we do not think that any school opening will happen without interruption by COVID. It is simply too pervasive. And so our goals are really around helping the schools discern the best application of tactics to reduce the disruption of education. And when it does occur, when there is a contact or a child who turns out to have COVID, to really carefully interpret the data and interface with the public health department to make sure that the fewest number of children are actually affected by that disruption. And these are the emphases of our program right now, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Lenars. Any questions from the dais based upon the doctor's presentation? Dr. Lenars, let me thank you for being patient and weighing in today. The expertise from the healthcare profession is critically important as we work our way through this. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. You guys have a daunting job, and we're happy to help, and we really appreciate all the efforts on y'all's part to get our schools back open safely whenever that can happen.
Thank you, Doctor, and we'll continue to call on you if you will take that call.
Thank you so much. Certainly will.
Thank
Bye-bye
you.
now.
Bye-bye. Next, we will hear from Children's Hospital, representing them, Doctors Tony Gross and Dr. Tamara Bradford. Hello, Dr. Bradford. You're still on mute. Sorry.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, or good afternoon, rather. Thank you for being with us.
You're welcome. Or yes, good afternoon.
And is Dr. Gross on yet? Connecting audio now. One moment. Dr. Bradford, do you want to start us off? Or do you want to? Okay, perfect. Dr. Gross is on as well.
Perfect.
Who wants to start us off? Thank you all for being with us this afternoon, and thank you for your patience.
Oh, you're welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for having us. There is a slide that was provided. I'm not sure if you guys can see that.
It's not up yet. Let's see if we can get that pulled up.
If not, I can try to share it as well. It's basically a presentation.
It's up.
Perfect. Okay, so it's a high level, just an overview of the testing that we've been doing only at Children's Hospital. So this may not represent the state as a whole or even the city as a whole, but this is what we're seeing at Children's Hospital. And the percentages you'll see there along the bottom is the percent positivity. So of all the tests that are being performed, which is the tall bar, the percent positivity you'll see is a little bit higher in the months of June and July so far. Only 1 week was over 5%, but still the most recent data we have from our hospital is showing about a 0.4% positivity rate. That includes symptomatic as well as asymptomatic children. So I think that we were going to start with just saying this is what we're seeing. The positivity rate, I can tell you, based on a little bit more granular look at this data, definitely higher in symptomatic children, but it's not zero in asymptomatic children. These are kids 0 to 18 years of age.
Additionally, the data here and across the country and really globally, we've seen that children are definitely less severely affected than adults. Most children present with no symptoms or mild to moderate symptoms, over 90%. Only a small percentage have severe disease. Most children infected have had an adult in the home also test positive. And early data out of Europe indicates that the risk of adult to child transmission is likely higher than child to adult transmission. As Dr. Gross mentioned, maintaining low community positivity rate is crucial for success, as this will decrease the amount of disruption that can occur in whatever system that is set up for going back to school. Prevention measures such as physical distancing, good hand hygiene, and universal mask precautions are, of course, recommended, and these have actually have been demonstrated in the healthcare community to be very effective. Other preventive strategies, such as screening all persons prior to entrance into facilities, may also be important. Good cleaning and disinfecting protocols that comply with local health department and the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. And establishing and implementing clear protocols for who needs to stay at home and what happens if a student or staff gets sick while at school or if there's an exposure. I think other child health considerations should include that of susceptible populations, such as kids with chronic illnesses. There is not enough data yet to suggest that any specific underlying conditions pose an increased risk of contracting COVID-19 or an increased risk of more severe disease, as that comparison has been made in the adult population. But that is still a population to take into consideration that may be susceptible as we get more data as this continues to evolve.
Doctor, can I ask you a question on, you were talking about the rate of spread being a bit different in children or children to adults. And I believe the science is not particularly clear in terms of how having a fever is not always indicative, or not having a fever rather is not always indicative of being COVID-free. Is that any different with children?
Meaning that kids can be asymptomatic but still spread the disease?
Yes.
Yes, I think we have to assume that if a person is positive, there is potential for spread, but that does not take into account viral replication, which in certain persons we are not able to yet identify. We assume and we make the connection that if you are symptomatic, that you have a high viral load with replication, but that does not necessarily mean that you will not spread. I think we have seen in the country that a lot of spread has been done by asymptomatic persons. However, we just don't have enough in the pediatric population yet to say what percent risk a person can have by interacting with someone who is asymptomatic. Hopefully that answers the question. We just don't have enough data in pediatric population yet, but I think the risk has been delineated clearly across the country that even without symptoms, the virus can be transmitted.
Thank you, Doctor. Any other questions from the dais for Dr. Bradford or Dr. Gross? Well, doctors, let me thank you for appearing today, and thank you for your work at Children's Hospital, and thank all of Children's Hospitals for helping us get through this.
All right, thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving along to Dr. Joseph Cantor. Yep, there he is. Hey, Doc, how are you?
Hey, thank you. Good, Mr. Councilman. Thanks for having me.
It's good to see you again. I will just turn it over to you to start us off.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Council President and Council Vice President. Appreciate the opportunity to address you. Before I begin, let me express my appreciation for Orleans Parish Public Schools. This is a really challenging proposition. And I know that team has been working really diligently, and they deserve a lot of credit for the work that they've done. This is really challenging. I think it's regrettable that families, teachers, and students are left to chart this course with really sparse federal guidelines. There's really no good options here, just a lot of challenging options. So for folks that have been working through that, they really have my appreciation and respect. On behalf of the Department of Health, we're really trying to make ourselves available and aid in that process, with the understanding that resources are scarce, and as is the data, as my colleagues mentioned a second ago. What I'd like to do really briefly is review a few of the studies that are out there, talk about what they what they mean, what we can glean from them, and then what I think the beginning of the school year might look like. Before I begin, I'll just review some stats from Orleans Parish specifically. So, in a sense, there's been no hiding this. Louisiana is experiencing a extreme outbreak right now. You know, the March and April, when we had our first spike, it really was limited to Orleans and Jefferson parishes. Now the outbreak touches every corner of the state of Louisiana, and by any measure is indicative of widespread community transmission, which is challenging from a public health standpoint, challenging from an educational standpoint as well. I'll tell you, Orleans Parish is amongst the lowest rates of any parish in the state right now, but still significantly high by any national benchmark. So I would not take any solace in that. I think there are other parts of the state, most elsewhere in the state, that are experiencing worse outbreaks now than New Orleans is. But the amount of community spread in New Orleans remains significantly high by any reasonable benchmark. And that's where we find ourselves. I can tell you the raw numbers of children aged 0 to 17 who have been diagnosed with COVID, have tested positive in Orleans Parish, have increased over the past few months. To walk you backwards a few prior weeks, 39 tested positive children last week, 43 the week prior to that, 59 prior to that. Now, those numbers are a lot higher than a few months ago, but there's a couple of big caveats of that. We are doing a lot more testing in general than we were a few months ago. We're specifically doing a lot more testing in kids than we were a few months ago, so it would be reasonable to think that we'll be seeing some more cases in kids. If you look at that age bracket, 0 to 17 years old in Orleans Parish, the number of tests goes up the higher you are in that age bracket. So we have more positive tests in 15, 16, 17-year-olds than we do in the real younger children. Now, the percent positivity of all tests done for children is just above the percent positivity of all adults in Orleans Parish. 6.1% of tests in kids have been positive. This is data from last week, compared to 5.9% positive for Orleans as a whole, altogether. This is somewhat logical because I think right now kids are more likely to be tested as a result of a specific concern. They have symptoms, they have a high-risk contact, family member is positive. It's more likely that their parents are taking them to get tested because of a reason, as opposed to adults who are getting tested for a number of indications right now. So I think it's logical to think that their percent positivity in the past month or so has tracked just above those of adults. A lot has been talked about the syndrome, multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children, which is a strange inflammatory disorder, rare amongst COVID-infected children, but quite severe when it does come out. There have been 40 cases to date in Louisiana as a whole. 12 of those are in the greater New Orleans region, including the 4-parish region here. And there's been 3 deaths all told. There's considerable expertise in treating this right now at both Children's and Ochsner facilities. So I'll walk through a few of the relevant studies that are out there in terms of, the questions on hand are, number one, how much do kids get infected? When they do get infected, how sick do they get? How much virus do they have in them? And how likely are they to transmit that virus to other people? While there is some studies out there, I'll tell you, there is no conclusive evidence on this yet. There's weak data at best, and we're trying to do the job we can with weak data. But I'll walk through what data does exist. There was a very large study out of South Korea where they looked at, they have one of the best contact tracing systems in the world. So they did contact tracing on 11,000 cases and 59,000 contacts of those cases. In terms of kids, what they found out were children 10 years and above were just as likely as adults to transmit the virus to somebody else. Children 0 through 10 years were still capable of transmitting the virus, but were less likely than older kids were. And it should be said, this was in household settings without masking and without distancing. But it was very clear from this study that older kids 10 years and above were essentially equivalent to adults in how likely they were to transmit the virus to other individuals. The next study comes out of Chicago, and this looks at the question of how much virus is in kids, and is it equivalent to the level of virus that we see in adults. They looked at 145 patients who all were symptomatic. They had mild or moderate symptoms, so not looking at asymptomatic individuals here. The very youngest kids had the highest level of virus that they recovered on nasal swabs. So 0 through 4 years old had the highest level of virus that they saw in any age group bracket. And kids 5 through 17 years old had essentially the same amount of virus in them as adults did. Again, these are all people who are both positive for COVID and symptomatic. So not looking at asymptomatic individuals. The third study is a rather provocative one. This is by a team of researchers in Cincinnati, where they went back to March and April and studied the effect of school closures on the amount of community transmission in those cities. And what they found that school closures was associated with a reduction of community transmission. This is, closing early during last school year was associated with a reduction in community transmission. Now, this is confounded because cities who close early might have been more likely to do other mitigating factors as well, and that's hard to parse out. But it lays some argument that what happens in a school can obviously affect what happens outside and relate to the amount of community transmission that city might experience. And the last study came out last week and talks about the experience of a summer camp in Georgia. Within 1 week of this summer camp opening, of almost 600 people at the summer camp, staff and kids included, this is a sleepaway camp in Georgia, within 1 week, 44% of these campers and staff were positive. The highest rate of positivity was in the 6 to 10-year-old group. 51% of those campers were positive, and of 11 to 17-year-olds, 44% of those individuals were positive. In this camp setting, staff were wearing masks, kids were not wearing masks. But it spread very, very quickly, and it's been now published and documented in the CDC. I think that, the guidelines that Orleans Public Schools have discussed and reviewed, which are based largely on what the Louisiana Department of Health have put out, are challenging. There's no question about that. I think any public school, certainly any public school that I'm familiar with, my public school back in the day, no question, would it's going to be difficult for schools to adhere to these. They're challenging recommendations. That said, my honest belief is that if a school is able to adhere to these recommendations, I think that the amount of transmission that actually happens on campus will be relatively low. I honestly do. I think if there's widespread masking and distancing, I think it will create for an environment where there will not be a lot of transmission. That said, there's going to be a lot of exposure. When you have this much community transmission in the city, teachers and students are going to be positive and in school, whether they're asymptomatic or mildly symptomatic and slip through the screening process. There's going to be exposures, and those exposures are going to prompt disruptions. Absenteeism, quarantining of classes, periodic school closures to mitigate that. There's going to be ongoing disruptions like that literally from day one. And that's what schools across the country that have opened last week have experienced. Indiana, a couple other schools as well. And I think that schools need to be prepared for that. To illustrate a little bit further, the New York Times a couple of days ago put out a very interesting analysis done by some researchers in Texas, where they used the prevalence in a particular community to estimate how many people in a school of 500 would be positive, many of which asymptomatic. And with the prevalence in New Orleans now, they estimated that in a school of 500, within the first week, about 4 individuals would be on campus and be positive for COVID. just goes to show that there'll be ongoing exposures, and I think that any school would be well served to make investments now in their virtual learning platforms. Because even if, looking ahead to when a school does open, it's not going to be smooth sailing. I think there's going to be many disruptions, and whatever virtual learning platform is in place will pay dividends when kids have to be out to quarantine. And to Councilwoman Miranda's point initially at the front end of this, I think the more that we can do now to set up families for success and make resources like internet access and computers available to them, I think it will, maximize the learning that does happen and be able to make those disruptions as less disruptive as possible, because they're going to happen. I think they're going to happen frequently. I'll pause there. Councilman Williams, I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Dr. Cantor, thank you. You're a friend. You're a friend to the city and all of us over here at City Hall. We miss you. And we really, I just want to thank you for your guidance on the state level. When you look at other cities and you look at other states, we have not gotten any national best practices or protocols. In fact, we've gotten just the opposite of that. And the states that have not had good science and good health care leaders have suffered. We can at least say that although we had a high rate of spread early in the city of New Orleans because of the lack of knowledge of the presence of the disease, with your assistance and guidance, we were able to crush that curve and bring it way down. So I just wanted to start off by telling you thank you for that state level leadership.
Thank you, sir.
Secondly, on that study that you described coming out of that Georgia summer camp, is there any wisdom or is there any science behind why certain age groups seem to have that higher rate? Is it just the behaviors of younger children, or do we know?
It's a good question. It's tough to say. There's a couple schools of thought on this. There's a school of thought that younger kids might be less likely to transmit because they have lower lung volume, so they're expelling less amount of infected air into the surrounding. They're lower to the ground, so these particles might be expelled and then drop quicker. On the other hand, there's also the belief that younger kids are less likely to distance, less likely to adhere to distancing recommendations. Go to a playground, you can kind of experience that. So those are the schools of thought, and the data that's out there is just sparse right now. So I think it's challenging to say anything more beyond that.
And I appreciate your honesty about this. This is certainly not a time where we should sugarcoat any basic science or basic healthcare information. When you talked about schools needing to be prepared for if we switch to physical learning, high rates of exposure, obviously that makes sense. If there's higher rates of exposure, there's higher rates of spread. What does that microcosm, in your opinion, do for the city at the city's rate of spread? If we're reopening schools at the same time, what does that small microcosm mean for the larger macro when these kids are matriculating back to their homes and whatnot?
Yeah, it's a real concern. The concern is that it's going to be an instigating factor that's going to lead to more spread. Again, this is it's somewhat unproven. We're really in uncharted territory right now. But that's the concern, and much like with a sports team, the risk is less like what happens on the diamond in the sense of Major League Baseball, but before the game, after the game, the dugout, the locker room, the meetings. Same as with schools. It's families congregating, it's pick up, it's drop off, it's all of the lanyard that goes around it that needs to be considered. I'll tell you, one of the frustrating things is that CDC has been really shy about giving firm guidance here. And they won't even put on paper a firm number of when it is safe to open up a school, how much community spread would make it unsafe. Now, what Dr. Redfield, the CDC director, when pushed on this in an interview, not on writing, he said, well, maybe 5% positivity of all tests, which every parish in Louisiana exceeds right now. But again, this is not based on hard data. It's people trying to make the best guess.
Sure. Thank you, Doctor. Council Vice President Moreno has a few questions.
Hey, Dr. Cantor, thank you so much for all the great work that you've been doing throughout the state of Louisiana, and of course all the support and help that you've provided us here in New Orleans, and to Dr. Avegno. I really appreciate that. You and Dr. Avegno are really a great team working together. We're lucky to have you. A question I had is around testing. You know, we keep hearing about the possibility of testing as the school year begins or back to school starts. What could that look like? What would testing need to be like for it to be effective and useful? I'm just trying to wrap my mind around what would be the most impactful way to do testing as kids go back to school.
Thanks, Council Member. It's a really great question and a challenging one, because I think we all acknowledge we don't have the resources that we would have wanted to have at this point in the game. We were talking about schools opening a few months ago. We had talked about what type of screening program and testing program would be efficacious, but the resources on a national level are just not there. And, for the example here, while we have actually a really robust community testing program going on now, it's complicated in some facets by long turnaround times. And if it takes a week or two to get a test result back, there's just a limit to how much you can do with that, what the utility is. I can say what doesn't make a lot of sense. It doesn't make a lot of sense to do an entrance screening test for either students or teachers. We're going into school is not like you're going into the NBA bubble. You're going back home, you're going to be re-exposed to whatever the risk is back home for students and teachers alike. So a lot of energy put into doing entrance or screening tests doesn't pay out. I think in a more perfect world, it would be nice to have a routine testing program for students and teachers, or if that's not possible, for teachers alone. But it's not clear that the resources are there yet and available. So I think shy of that, I think schools should focus on how to connect students and teachers who are symptomatic or do have an exposure with a test with a quick turnaround time as quickly as possible. I think Children's Hospital is going to help a lot with that, with their hotline and the resources they're providing. But I think that's probably the best thing for schools to be focused on now, because if you have a student who is symptomatic or has a fever, getting a result quickly is the difference between waiting 3 or 4 days or even longer to make a quarantine decision for that classroom or those students around that person.
Gotcha. So what you're saying is that instead of trying to promote some type of program that is all about frequent testing, like beginning of school, and then, every 2 weeks or something like that, that instead just obviously take the necessary precautions, but for those that are symptomatic or may have been exposed to someone, to be able to have that availability for low cost or free testing that's quick turnaround available to them like that.
Yeah, I think that's the most important part. I don't want to discount the utility of a larger testing program. I just don't want schools to fixate on that at the expense of the more immediate and efficacious interventions.
I got you. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Any other questions from the dais for Dr. Cantor? Seeing none, Doctor, I thank you and I look forward to your continued partnership in getting us through this time.
Thank you, and likewise.
Thank you. We will now shift to the Office of Youth and Family Services. Director Emily Wolf.
necessary precaution.
Is Dr. Wolf on the line? Is she on?
Want schools to fixate on that.
Okay, getting a little feedback there. I'm going to go ahead and shift to the parent and family representatives. And our first is Our Voice Nostra Voce. And I want to welcome Executive Director Mary Moran and thank you for the work that you've been doing in the community to get us through this. You've stepped up in a very major way to take care of families that I know the first round of government stimulus did not. And so I want to welcome Executive Director Mary Moran, and following her will be Miss Maria Harmon, co-director of Step Up. Following her, we will shift to FLIC, Family and Friends of Louisiana's Incarcerated Children, with Mrs. Gina Womack. Mary? Oh, let's see. What do we have here? Okay. I believe Emily. Okay. Where are we at?
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Is this Director Wolf?
Yeah, sorry.
All right, got you on. And after you, we'll be shifting to Our Voice Nostra Voce.
Great. There's a slideshow. Is that gonna?
Should be kicking on in a second. One second.
Up right now.
Okay. Great.
Okay. For some reason, I'm having a hard time, but I can see the slides. All right. Can everyone still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Emily Wolf. I'm the director of the Mayor's Office of Youth and Families. I'm glad to be with you all today. Just wanted to speak a little bit about some of the supports that we're making available through the city. Again, I just want to reiterate, my gratitude and really praise for NOLA Public Schools and all the hard work that they've been doing, and all of the charter school leaders and teachers that have been getting ready for this year. It is absolutely a huge task, and we're really grateful for the hard work that they've been putting in. You can go on to the next slide. So first, I wanted to just begin by, this presentation is just going to focus on a few of the resources that we wanted to make sure that parents and families know are available to them. One of the resources that's available that has been available over the last month is the citywide mass feeding program that's being funded through FEMA. This is 2 meals per day, every day, that are able to be delivered to families. Anyone who has a young person or student who's 18 and under can sign up by calling 311 or signing up online. And I'm not sure if this was mentioned this morning, but we are aware that as schools go back into session, the waiver that previously allowed all schools to serve any kid, no matter where they lived, at any school, through the schools meals program, will now need to be restricted to just the school where you attend. What that's going to do is it's going to put some stress on our families in terms of being able to access meals that are easily accessible through their neighborhood school, even if it's not the one that they attend. So this program, we're really, looking for it to be able to help fill in some of that gap. Again, it's open to all young people, 18 and under in the city, and folks can sign up on 311 online and over the phone. It needs to be reapproved by FEMA, but we're hoping that if and when that happens, this will continue to be a resource for families. You can move on to the next slide. Great. So Additionally, the Office of Youth and Families has partnered with New Orleans Health Department to provide free vaccines for students at some of our school feeding sites in partnership with New Orleans Public Schools. So we had a vaccine clinic today at Bethune, and there's another one that's coming up at Ben Franklin on August the 5th. That's at the feeding site. It's in partnership with Children's Hospital and LCMC. Masks are required, but you don't need to sign up ahead of time. And again, it's free vaccines that are available to families. We'll move on to the next slide. So this is something that we're really excited to roll out. And the idea for this really came from two things. One, when the schools announced the decision to continue virtually, over this next month, there was really a concern about two primary groups of people. One, students and families that may not have internet access, or maybe they do have internet access at home, but they don't have access to or maybe there's many people in the family and it's hard to find a quiet space in the house. And so in order for them to do their own independent virtual learning. And so there are many cities across the country that have set up these, they're called learning hubs, or in the process of setting these up. And the idea is, in partnership with our Recreation Department, NORD, and the New Orleans Public Library System, these hubs will be set up as safe spaces for children to engage in their independent, supervised, learning through. They will have access to the internet at the rec center or the library where they would attend. There will be somebody there to supervise. There will not be, these are not teachers, these are not instructors, there will not be intensive tutoring going on. It will simply be a safe, quiet space for students to come and set up with their computer to engage in supervised independent learning. Again, small groups, all the safety protocols that we took over the summer to run summer camps, masks required. And again, this is really about serving that population of students who either don't have internet access at home or really would not be able to engage in learning in a supervised environment. So we're working with NOLA Public Schools and many other partners on this effort. If families are interested, what we're asking people to do is to fill out an interest form, which can be found at nola.gov/youth. Again, that's nola.gov/youth. And they can express interest there. From there, we'll be assessing how much interest we get and determining where we pilot these learning hub locations and hopefully rolling that out this month. So more to come, but just wanted to make sure that families know they can submit interest there. You can go to the next slide. So additionally, I wanted to mention that our NORD centers are also planning on launching some academic tutoring after school hours and some cultural arts programming at select recreation centers. That will begin, it is slated to begin in September 2020. Parents will be able to register for weekly sessions, and more information on that is to come, so folks should stay plugged in to NORD and to the city's informational tools in order to find out more information about that. We can go to the next slide on New Orleans Public Library resources. So of course, just wanted to make sure that families and students know that anyone who would like to visit a library can do that. They are scheduling in-person visits in 45-minute windows. You can just call the branch in your neighborhood to sign up for that. There's also ongoing free virtual civil legal clinics available through Southeast Louisiana Legal Services. There's information about that on the library's website, as well as a tremendous e-resources for students. So we really urge all families to check out the resources that are available through New Orleans Public Library. We'll go to the next slide. Finally, just on the horizon, these things are in development, but we're excited as we put together some plans. Again, a lot of this has just been about talking with other folks in the country to understand how they solve some of these issues. And our own ITI, the technology department for the city, is right now, we are working with them to explore a partnership around providing a tech support hotline for parents. What we understand from our partners in the local public schools and from our parents and our teachers is that the biggest gap right now is making sure that families who speak, if English is not their first language, being able to have access to tech support to help their students learn in Spanish and in Vietnamese. And so we are working with them on those plans and hope to be rolling out more information about that soon. Additionally, on the horizon are partnerships with our universities and with their various service learning programs in order to provide additional virtual tutoring for students. This has been done, again, in various places throughout the country, in Tennessee, and really in the world. Italy has a really successful program around this, and so we're also exploring in partnerships with local universities ways that we might be able to pair some of our young, bright college students with our New Orleans public school students who, have missed now a few months of learning and who we're going to be working to catch up. So more information on that to come, but really this is just a snapshot of some of the resources that are available, and I'm happy to take any questions.
We're done.
Hey, Emily.
Yes.
Cindy, how are you? I have a question about your distant learning hub.
Yes.
So you guys are basically just kind of getting an idea from parents if they would be interested. Has there been thought in reference to, is there going to be a fee attached to it if we were going to roll this out?
No, so it would be free, and really, in large part, the thinking behind this is, I'm sure many have heard about the learning pods that are being set up. Some parents are getting together to set these up in homes, and then paying instructors or paying teachers or others to support. Of course, this isn't available for everyone, and so the idea here is for this resource to specifically be available for families who wouldn't be able to afford a resource like that.
So is the city kind of envisioning like we'll have a teacher actually hosting the learning hub?
So there wouldn't be teachers, there would be supervisors, essentially in small groups. The way that this has happened in some of the other cities that we've looked at is in small groups. There would be, a supervisor, somebody who's supervising, who's able to provide encouragement for students, but everybody would be set up with their own computers and on their own virtual independent learning track. And the supervisor would simply roam around to support, encourage, troubleshoot any tech issues, and just be there to be that extra guide for students as they go through their own virtual learning path.
Got it. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Emily. Appreciate it. And I think we do have Dr. Avegno on now. I believe. If we don't, that's fine. We can go ahead and move up to our next part of the agenda. Hang on a second.
I'm sorry, this is Jen. I was
You are.
I apologize for missing most of this, but I know that my colleagues, I don't know, Councilman Moreno or Williams, is there anything specific you wanted me to address?
Dr. Avegno, if you wanted to, weigh in on this in any way about the returning of schools, we obviously wanted to give you the opportunity, but a great panel. I know you've worked really closely with them. You particularly worked really closely with Dr. Cantor, and we just very much appreciate all that you're doing and the coordinated work that you're doing with the rest of the medical community and the schools. So we just wanted to give you the opportunity to weigh in. I know you've been really busy today and in and out, but just if you wanted to say anything to address the council or the public, this is the time.
No, I'll just say that there has been an incredible amount of work at every level from all of our healthcare institutions, from all of the school systems, in detail from the state to really try to navigate this. And as we're seeing around the country, there is no roadmap, there is no easy answer.
It is incredibly complex, but I think everyone is doing this first and foremost with kids in mind. I think that our message to the community has to continue to be that all of our individual actions that we choose to take, we should think about, will this help our children safely learn in school? So whether that's, should I go out to dinner? Should I have a party? Should I choose to do some event? Should I not wear my mask? I think that we have to continue to keep the focus on this is our highest priority, and there are an awful lot of people working behind the scenes to help children get there safely when that's possible. So that's all. I'm sure they went into all kinds of details. I'm happy to be working with all of them. We will keep working on this until we can do it safely.
Thank you, and really good point that you made, that really, it's up to all of us to make sure that we're doing the right thing so that kids can go back to school safely. So I appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you, Dr. Avegno, for all your work. So now we've got some different groups that are going to be talking about really what parents are concerned about. And we've got several advocacy groups to join us. We have Our Voice, Nuestra Voz, with Mary Moran. She will be part of the conversation, along with, I believe we've got a statement from Step Up Louisiana. We also have Family and Friends of Louisiana's Incarcerated Children with Gina Womack, who will be part of this panel as well. So Mary, I see that you're on, so I will let you go ahead and get started. Hey Grace, I see you on as well. Grace, I'll have you introduce yourself. Grace Ambrosi, she's the organizer for Our Voice, Nuestra Voz. So we'll get started with Nuestra Voz and move on to Step Up and then Families and Friends of Louisiana's Incarcerated Children. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. I am Mary D. Moran, and I'm joined by my colleague Grace Ambrosi. Thank you so much for having us. Our Voice Nuestra Voz is an issues organizing effort here in New Orleans, working to build power for and with Black and Brown communities to create a more equitable city. And one of our primary issues that we organize around is education. I want to start just by saying, as a parent organization, we hear what NOLA Public Schools is presented today, and we understand that the gap between that and the reality for parents is vast. Parents report not being consulted about IEPs. Parents say that they don't understand and they haven't been communicated the pedagogy that's being used during distance learning, that translated materials like the roadmap was released weeks after the English one. The superintendent said that schools would be providing technology and for parents and students. But parents are seeing that on their school supply list for back to school, that's on the list for purchase. And due to the lack of parent engagement and the lack of accountability to charter management organizations in the city, this is where the disconnect lies. Today I wanted to start off just by painting a bit of the picture of our community and what we're facing and how it's impacting educational outcomes for our children who are learning English, who are either children of immigrants or they themselves immigrants. We have over 3,000 students in the city who are English learners. Additionally, we know that there are many more than these 3,000 students or over 3,000 students who may have been reclassified and are now in sort of English-only settings, and but who face the same issues. In a non-pandemic year, EL students graduated at a rate of 35%, the lowest of any student group in the city. And this is indicative of how they're being served day to day. Some of the structural issues that are heightened under the current administration and in this current pandemic are access to stable housing and employment that provides a living wage. As we start to see that some of the policies that protected us during this time from eviction go away, many fear of being evicted, as well as many know that that they will be evicted and fear what's going to happen to their child's education as they become unhoused. And one of the questions that parents have currently is what is happening with our unhoused student population. We know that racial capitalism makes life and living for families nearly impossible. Our community, we understand, is being tested or is testing positive for COVID-19 at much higher rates. We also know that many, if not all of them, are uninsured, and understanding that there are many barriers to being tested and fear around the testing process. This leaves a lower capacity for parents to be able to help their children at home. Within the context of Louisiana, we are the second largest number of ICE in terms of ICE detainees and detention centers in the country. Our families are being hunted daily and they're under constant threat. Parents are fearful that they may be deported and that their children are also afraid that their parents won't come home. Grace will talk about this a little bit later in terms of some of what we're seeing around retaliation of families who are involved in organizing. The most recent example of this is we know that the Honduran consulate moved its offices has its offices in the same building as ICE, creating more fear and uncertainty for families who need access to the consulate services. This past winter, a study was released by the Greater New Orleans Foundation on our education system. It listed at the top of its top 4 needs and priorities for our education system, and at the top 4 was the need to prioritize students who are learning English in ways that are both rigorous and inclusive. Grace will now get into how some of these structural issues are manifesting for parents daily.
Thanks, Mary, and thank you all for having me here today. Before I begin, I just want to point out that there are no student voices on the agenda or represented at this special meeting. When we're discussing how to make education more equitable, we need to center the voices of those who will be most impacted. We're hearing the superintendent and other council members speaking to how important it is to make sure our children are safe, but our children are capable of speaking up and presenting their concerns here today. I want to just read a small part of the letter that we think an organization for young people of color wrote to Mayor Cantrell and the City Council in regards to not being invited to this special meeting. They say, "I'm sure you understand that without us, young people, schools could not exist and couldn't function. Without us, the future will not exist. We refuse to be ignored and tokenized any longer." So I just wanted to present that to everyone right now. Because if this is a meeting for stakeholders, we're missing a lot of stakeholders. And in addition to what Mary's saying, this is also a systemic issue of specific stakeholders being ignored constantly, not just students, but also parents, which is what I'm here to present their concerns today. One of the main concerns we see is how will distance learning be equitable for parents? One of the biggest things that we see is language access. So this meeting itself isn't translated and is inaccessible to parents who don't speak English. How are we supposed to expect parents, parent engagement, it comes on different levels, and even on the level of informing parents, they don't have access to this space. So that's one thing, and many parents are already not receiving messaging in their language prior to the pandemic. So when we're thinking about how will distance learning be equitable to us, we need to think about how this is rather an extension of inaccessibility for our parents in the school system and how they've constantly been ignored, especially in terms of even the small task of being able to communicate with their schools. We also have heard that parents with special ed students and students with IEPs have been left in the dark, how they are not sure what's going to become upcoming in the school year, and an incredibly difficult time understanding what was happening in the past few months of distance learning. To the point of fear of retaliation that Mary spoke to, a lot of our parents are afraid of bringing up issues that they're having with their learning, with their students, to the schools. One, they fear that there can be retaliation on their end, so having the police or immigration called on them. They also fear that their children will receive less equitable education if they speak up and say that their children are not receiving.
So you said they're coordinating our.
Hey, Paul, you need to mute yourself. Paul.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Grace.
So we see that students, their parents
fear that their children are going to be receiving retaliation from teachers or from educators are based off of bringing these issues up. Mind you, they feel like they will be punished for making this choice in a choice system. We need to remember that charter schools were created here in New Orleans after Katrina so that parents can have a greater voice and greater choice in their education. And we see that the system isn't necessarily working for a majority of our parents as well. The last thing I would like to bring up in terms of concerns is that teachers who lead English learner students often have higher caseloads and greater workloads. And that is because of the lack of bilingual staff in the schools and the lack of prioritization of making sure that we're communicating with our parents and the students our students effectively. In terms of what we demand as a result of these concerns, we're calling on NOLA Public Schools and all school board members of CMOs in the city to, one, make themselves visible and accessible to parents, and two, to hold their CEOs and schools accountable to treating parents as equal stakeholders in the children in their education and to treating them with dignity. We know that this issue of accessibility and visibility and transparency and engagement has been an issue prior to COVID and continues to remain an issue. So enough is enough of that, and we need parents to be treated with dignity and as if they are capable of investing in their children's education, which they currently are not. What this might look like means collaborating with parents before the school or the district has made a choice about something that's pertaining to the students. And we will know this is happening when schools go beyond informing parents to planning meetings with them, okay? And as I mentioned before, schools aren't even informing parents on the baseline. So we're really lacking, and we're below the baseline of what it means to hold parents as stakeholders in our educational system. We also demand the Department of Education and Department of Justice have joint guidelines that outline how schools need to be engaging parents who are LEP. NOLA Public Schools must hold them accountable to these already set federal guidelines. We parents don't need to recreate this for us. They're already set as a federal guideline. NOLA Public Schools must make sure that schools are abiding by the non-retaliation clauses that are in the charter contracts so that parents feel comfortable voicing their concerns and the fact that their children's education is not equitable. And lastly, we stand in solidarity with the teachers and their demands in terms of safety being prioritized in this school year. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I saw Gina Womack. If I saw that you were ready to go, if you want to go next. If not, I'll take Maria Harmon. There you are, Gina. Good afternoon, Ms. Womack. You can begin when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. For some reason, I was kicked off the meeting. So again, thank you for having me come today and speak to the City Council, for having this opportunity to share our work and our findings as we discuss the concerns about reopening schools. We appreciate this opportunity as families are sometimes not invited to decision-making tables. Again, my name is Gina Womack, and I am a co-founder and executive director of Families and Friends of Louisiana's Incarcerated Children. And we are a statewide organization, and we center working around and organizing around ending the school-to-prison pipeline and ending mass incarceration. Over my course of the last 22 years of doing this work, one thing I've come to understand about being at decision-making tables is that we would need to ask ourselves one very important question. In making this decision, who will benefit and who will be burdened? When you look around the table, if the majority of the people making the decisions are not those people who will be most negatively impacted, those people who will be most burdened by the decision, then the table should be changed. When making a decision, and you're making a different decision for our children, our families, that you would not make for your own family if you were in the same situation, you might want to rethink that decision. As was already noted by my colleagues, how many folks are parents and young people who have been missing and left out of the conversation. Another thing that we've heard our families and young people say, if you're not putting your body on the front lines and could be harmed by that decision, well, we should be hearing and listening to those who are. As with Katrina, COVID uncovered racial inequities that have been plaguing our communities for years and years, and it gives us just yet another opportunity to prepare and minimize impact for the next crisis, as there will be one. In fact, many of our families are plagued by crises due to our inequitable system. We understand that everyone is trying to work hard to make this situation work. But again, in agreement to my colleagues who spoke before me, I'd also like to share Flick's youth work and concerns of the youth and the families by sharing a story of Grace. I'm sure by now most of you have heard of Grace. Grace is a 15-year-old Black girl in Michigan who was placed on probation mid-April. Part of the requirements of her probation was that she needed to do her homework as schools went online. Her mother stated that this was a big challenge and concern as her daughter had ADHD and she had already been struggling with behavioral issues. When she failed to complete her homework online, the judge threw her in jail amid a pandemic to teach her a lesson. It sounds ridiculous, I know, but many people thought so. But we might not think about this. However, many of our children here in New Orleans suffered a similar fates of being taught a lesson, this kind of lesson. So when we're talking about reopening schools safely, I only had to refer back to my notes and mostly share reminders. A reminder that there is a school-to-prison pipeline. We haven't really talked about that. A reminder that the racial inequities and injustices are real. A reminder that after Katrina, New Orleans chose to spend $20 million on police because there was a concern that the perception of the children that they would come back traumatized and their bodies and they would need to be more police. Children returned to school with $20 million worth of police, but very few counselors are concerned about their mental health issues. There was a little conversation about that, but not as much that I think that should have been centered. And finally, I need to remind that we live in a state that allows schools to suspend children for arbitrary infractions called willful disobedience. We have been through and are still going through challenging times, we understand that. Children are experiencing lost family members, as we talked about, watching family members lose their jobs and lose their homes. For the children who have spirited behaviors and with special needs, this law around willful disobedience is very precarious, and it often leads our young people to becoming involved in the school-to-prison pipeline, simply because they might act out due to their anxieties, trauma, or untreated or undiagnosed mental health issues, and this may be not met with compassion and understanding or with the necessary supports. And we also need to keep in mind, as we mentioned, and it was mentioned earlier, teachers, administrators, and other school personnel are also dealing with stresses and trauma. So without the additional support in the schools, more counselors, school nurse, I heard that it was mentioned, but it definitely is a concern that our families and our young people have been talking about. Definitely smaller class sizes, which it doesn't sound like we're really paying that much attention to. Adherence, more intervention, adherence to an IEP. A child like Grace could end up struck or be pushed out of school or failing school, and their life will take a less than positive trajectory. Black and brown children are suspended, expelled, and arrested from school at much higher and alarming rates than their white peers. Schools have countless punitive policies that disproportionately affect Black and brown kids. And the pandemic has thrown these in even sharper relief, especially as I heard mentioned, more wealthy parents around the nation are discussing school pods, which a lot of our families don't have access to. So schools need to reconsider the specifics of the moment and to not further exacerbate racial inequalities with regards to schooling and the way disciplinary measures are constructed and enacted. especially as Black and brown kids are at higher risk of being exposed to the virus, losing a loved one, losing jobs and homes. The pandemic situation is traumatizing enough. Kids should not be further traumatized by racist, classist, disciplinary practices that further traumatize them. Our children and our parents are asking that we remain vigilant and that we are not continually ignored about the decisions that are being made in our cities. Our families and youth are still being impacted by the decisions that were made, which turned our school into nearly 100% charter system, a system that was supposed to provide choice to where you can send your child to school. However, far too many of our families ended up not really having a choice due to not having access to all of the information, as not every school-age family was granted access to fully participate in the decision-making process or how to navigate the process. And not enough high-performing schools were available, and many children ended up in failing schools far away from home. So when we think about why public education and schools were created in the first place, which was to provide every child with a fair education, in Louisiana, we also adopted the premise in our state preamble states that we are to afford opportunity to the fullest development of the individual, assure equality of rights, promote the health, safety, education, and welfare of the people. The way to get to that education that works for everyone is to take the time needed to get input from all that will be impacted and assess those needs. If we want to return to schools that are safe and works for everyone, we need to understand the health risks of all the students, the teachers alike, and devise a reopening plan that takes the entire school community into consideration from their actual input. It takes intentionality to outreach and survey each parent, but that is the right step to ensure inclusive voice and the best and most equitable education for all. So really to reiterate for you all what our organization has been saying for a very long time, what schools can do and what the city council can do as to what happens with our kids in schools that should impact our communities in a big way, that you all can utilize your platform and call on the schools to ensure that they can be very inclusive, as was already mentioned. Kids Rethink has sent out a letter. You all should find it in your email box, that we noticed that youth were missing from today's meeting as well, and that has already been stated by a young person. Looking at ending zero tolerance policies, suspensions, and end contracts with the police. Every school needs additional counselors, social workers, and nurses to support the number of children in each school. We need data for that. Ensure that all IEPs and 504 plans are followed, and schools have all the resources needed. We talk to families who are hearing impaired and sight impaired, and they don't really have access to everything that they need. Looking at ending high stakes testing. Also community schools that offer an array of program support and therapy that meets the needs for families, to provide hubs. And I heard Emily talk about that today, but definitely that's a concern of our families, so that families can be able to advocate for their children. So in addition, amid the growing concerns of losing jobs and more families are at risk of becoming homeless, as we heard, how can they stay and be connected to the schools, have access to the internet, and dedicated staff to address those needs and coordinate service? Posting transparency around information when someone tests positive at schools, at every school. Access to testing for every school, for students, teachers, and parents. We already talked about the internet, but we would definitely like to stress that. But we should also use existing tables like the Children, Youth, and Planning Boards to utilize real-time data and have real-time data-driven decisions about what's happening with the youth in school. And then finally, Flick has a 3-point platform that we've developed from talking to parents over the last 20 years that could really be helpful and you can find that on our website so that we can also just be a little bit more prepared when a crisis comes around. Thank you.
Ms. Womack, that was an excellent presentation, and thank you also for coming up with some options and solutions on what we can work on together. I did have one question, and you actually had brought up a concern that I have had. You know, all the data shows that black and brown children are punished at a rate much higher than those who are white. So when obviously now we're putting in place, or the school board is putting in place, you know, these mask mandates, and I just worry about, you know, what happens if a student isn't wearing a mask, who gets punished, who does not get punished, right? And so I think we need to be, you know, very mindful of that and watchful of that. And
Yes.
And I would, I know your organization will be keeping us updated on what's happening with that. But at the same time, we also know that this is a time when many families are struggling. They are, you know, trying to figure out how they're going to make ends meet. But at the same time, schools are requiring them to buy new uniforms and to buy, you know, all of these different types of supplies when they're not really quite sure exactly how they're going to feed the family. So I also worry about, you know, potential consequences for, you know, uniform infractions or whatever. This is not a typical time. So I just would ask that you know, you continue to keep us abreast as to what is happening with these particular issues, because I'm very worried about those things. And I think that they could be a problem in some schools.
Definitely, and we're definitely worried about those same specific issues as well. And I thought it was fun. I'm really interested and odd that school discipline was not specifically addressed. I did hear Dr. Lewis mention that young people would not be harshly disciplined. That was a mention, but there wasn't any concrete information on what that would look like, and how would the school board be able to monitor that, considering that there's no real oversight and that the schools have individualized autonomy to do what's necessary. And we've heard over the time in the years that really a lot of the information does not get, the data isn't really, because it's self-collected, that we're not always getting actual access to what is the necessary information. So we get bits and pieces from families where they can, but again, our families are so overwhelmed. Sometimes they're not even, you know, extremely cognizant of the many different issues. And so trying to be respectful of the school system, sometimes, you know, those different behaviors may go overlooked, and accepting of harsh punishment where it's not really needed. And so we're definitely really concerned about making sure that there are evidence-based programs that are utilized in treatments and rehabilitation. I mean, the stories that we heard I was gonna say Katrina, I say that all the time, but pre-COVID, were really horrific around children being placed in closets and different things like that as disciplinary tactics. And so I, you know, just think about kids with, and even if you think about what happened last school year, Sophie be right, when the students did the prank and they were suspended from school. I mean, can you imagine what it'll look like with the mask, and young people might be just overwhelmed and stressed, and playing with the mask, and what that could possibly look like during a moment when everyone at the school is overly stressed. And so we had children and it's a really scary thought as to what the discipline process will be at this moment. And the fact that it really wasn't addressed, which should have been one of the main things, and I don't think I saw that in the reopening mapping.
Thank you, Ms. Womack. But once again, to the point that you know I was talking about before, is, you know, you just explained, you know, what if something happens, kids are playing with the mask, whatever, who gets punished and who doesn't?
Elena, if I could jump in here for a second. Gina, thank you so much for your presentation. I also think this time asks us to reconsider what it means to discipline and punish students. As Gina mentioned, willful disobedience is one thing that a student can be suspended for. And if a student doesn't have a mask on, what are they being punished for? We don't punish adults right now for not wearing a mask. And so why are we going to be punishing students or children for acting like children? That's something that I also want to bring up, is that when we're thinking about discipline, as Gina discussed so thoroughly, and thank you so much, Gina, for bringing that up, our methods are often to punish and discipline students for things that we would allow our own kids to do at home, right? We wouldn't punish or severely isolate somebody just because they weren't wearing a mask at one point. But schools feel very comfortable doing so. So we need to rethink what it means to punish and discipline our students, because right now it's actually incredibly carceral.
Council President Williams. Council President, you're muted.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Council Vice President, and thank you, Gina, for really zeroing in on this discipline conversation. That was one of my chief questions for the superintendent. Was that's an area that we've struggled with in city government, making sure that we don't begin to over-police marginalized folks more than we already were because of these social mandating new protocols. And the last thing we want to do is increase discipline in schools at a time where folks are already traumatized from the results of COVID-19. So I think we got, it might not have been in their PowerPoint, but we heard from Dr. Lewis that there would not be some discipline with regards to the mask. I mean, I think it's something we're all going to have to monitor to make sure there are no one-offs. But you're spot on, Gina. There were a number of areas of concern for over-disciplining children in schools. And so now that we're adding new protocols and rules, we want to make sure that this isn't just heaped on top. So let me just thank you for bringing that up, and also for representing our most marginalized kids. Before COVID was a new concern. And with regards to the presentation by our voice Nostro, I thank you for bringing up the point that we don't have these meetings in any other languages as well. And I think we need to look into closed caption or something of the like in Vietnamese and in Spanish in very, very short order. And I thank you for weighing in on that. Thank you, Council Vice President.
Thank you. And now I want to turn it over to Maria Harmon. Maria, if you can come on, and is the co-director of Step Up Louisiana. Hey, Ms. Harmon.
Hello, everyone. Hi, my name is Maria Harmon. I'm one of the co-founders and co-directors of Step Up Louisiana. We're a grassroots-based, community-led organization of parents and workers across New Orleans and also in Baton Rouge. And we also have a network of workers and parents across the state of Louisiana. And we have very strong concerns about the reopening of school. We want to ensure the safety of our children. We also want to ensure equity is being practiced. And we also want to ensure that we're also providing the necessary resources for our teachers to be able to provide an effective education for our children. We know that there are a lot of needs that need to be met as far as internet access, devices for students and teachers to be able to teach and learn. And we do know for a fact that with New Orleans being a 100% all-charter school district, there are many applications that have been submitted and approved by either the local school board or the state of Louisiana where they have said that they will practice a 1-to-1 student-to-device ratio. So that tells us that they already should be equipped to be able to undertake the robust needs of practicing distance learning at the most efficient manner possible. One thing we also noticed is that none of the Orleans Parish School Board did not reach out to our parent organization, the teachers, and youth. And we're really concerned about that. We really need community input in this on all fronts. And really speaking to the people who are directly impacted by the issues. We also are in partnership with many community organizations, like We Think, a youth-led organization. We're also in partnership with FLIC and the United Teachers of New Orleans, and also the Journey for Justice Alliance, and pushing for a safe reopening of schools. And we do have a list of demands that we did submit to the staff of the City Council. And these demands are saying that no reopening until the scientific data supports it. And locally, we're really highlighting the fact that we want 14 days of no new cases before we consider any type of hybrid model or brick and mortar structure to bring students in. We're also demanding police-free schools. So when we say safety, we're not just talking about the health, but we're also talking about what type of environments we're creating for our children and how we're practicing discipline and how we're infusing the school-to-prison pipeline in our public schools. So instead of investing in policing in schools, we need to be investing in the mental health and all the necessary wraparound supports to make children most engaged, and also to help teachers as well to not have burnout. We need to be having counselors and social workers in our schools instead of police. Also, all schools must be supported to function as community schools with adequate numbers of counselors and nurses and community parent outreach workers. We have to actually have a sound assessment of what the needs of our community are, which exceeds out the community of the school as well. Because if we're going to really look at holistically teaching our children, and during this pandemic, it's more necessary now than ever. Some kids, it was great being at home. Other kids, it probably was not so great. So we have to really analyze where are we at as far as equity is concerned, and also meeting people's needs. We also are demanding safe conditions, including lower class sizes, PPE, cleaning, testing, and other key protocols. And by testing, we mean effective means of COVID testing for our children and teachers. Support for our communities and families, including canceling rents and mortgages, a moratorium on evictions, foreclosures, providing direct cash assistance to those not able to work or who are unemployed, and other critical social needs. So we know that if we don't have the stimulus package coming in through Congress pretty soon, we are going to be dealing with an eviction crisis on our hands. And that, in fact, impacts our students as well. And New Orleans knows all too well how we've had housing challenges and crisis before, and children not having adequate housing to really be at home and to be able to learn and show up in school effectively. And we're also demanding a moratorium on new charter or voucher programs and standardized testing. Right now, we're just not in the space to be able to expand or privatize any type of funding. We do not need to defund public education. We need to fully invest in it. And many of these issues that we're dealing with right now are very present, and I know it's been said on this hearing before, but we're really dealing with exacerbated issues that we haven't addressed long before this pandemic has hit us. And now all these issues have come to a head where we really just have to deal with it head on. So that means we have to look at what does fully funding public education really looks like. What would it look like for the city of New Orleans to partner with the Orleans Parish School District in manifesting a sustainable community school model? Because everybody knows that the city budget does include youth and development programs and education. So we have organizations or grassroots nonprofits that qualify for some of this funding, and they're looking for spaces to actually hone in and do the practice and the programming, but they have no place to do it. They could partner with schools to do that. So, I mean, this all brings together the whole wraparound supports, and these are innovative and effective ways of streamlining funding to produce these type of programs. We're also demanding a massive infusion of federal money to support the reopening funded by taxing billionaires and Wall Street. And of course, the last demand is equitable access to online learning. And of course, all of these different various ways of streaming funding and revenue to be able to look at how we're using our tax dollars could really add to the greater good of providing an equitable, high quality type of education for our children. We also understand the challenges that parents face. Many of them who are working minimum wage jobs and having to work maybe 2 or 3 jobs at a time to have a sufficient income, they are tasked with the deed of having to take care of their kids at home if school is not going to be open in person. We understand that. So we're looking at what do partnerships look like to be able to have hubs or co-ops in some fashion that's in partnership with the school district so that kids can have a safe haven to learn in distance and still be safe. And of course, there are many concerns and research that we've done with how charter schools have double dipped with tax dollars as far as receiving CARES Act funding and also PPP funding. We do know for sure that Einstein Charter has been approved for a PPP funding loan of between $2 to $5 million. And in addition to that, they've also received CARES Act money that was very on the high end of at least 6 to 7 figures. So we want to see, as far as transparency is concerned, how is that funding going to be used? If there shouldn't be any issue of children in need of uniforms if they have all that additional funding. There shouldn't be any need for a lack of access to internet or hotspots or Chromebooks because they have that additional funding. So on behalf of parents all over the city of New Orleans, we really need to, they're in queue about following the money, but we really need to have access to see what is the breakdown of how that funding is being used. Is it being used ethically and in a manner that helps our children? And is the money really following the child? Because none of the charter schools or traditional public schools got any hard hits with funding, but we know a significant amount of small businesses, particularly Black-owned small businesses, they had to shut down because they ran out of PPP and Small Business Association funding. And to see the amount of charter schools that have received that is astounding and downright disgusting because they didn't take any loss. So we definitely are demanding accountability on that. But pretty much that concludes our presentation.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Harmon, and we appreciate all the work that Step Up does. That, I believe, completes this particular panel, and I see no questions from the dais, so thank you very much. Appreciate you all. So next we have the teacher representatives. We are going to have a presentation from United Teachers of New Orleans. We will bring up Ms. Wanda Richard, the president of UTNO, along with Dr. Adrian Dixon on behalf of the teachers. Good afternoon, Ms. Richard.
Good afternoon.
You can start whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And I just want to, first of all, thank New Orleans City Council for hosting this special event and inviting us as a union to present today. My name is Wanda Richard, and I am the president of United Teachers of New Orleans. And United Teachers of New Orleans, Local 527, is the affiliate of American Federation of Teachers, our national local. And as we are a union of professionals organized and to organize and collectively and democratically increasing equity in public schools for students, teachers, parents, and the community in order to protect dignity and civil rights for all. Our members all work in the schools across this city. So let me first start out by saying that we are speaking today for children, parents, and teachers and staff of all our schools. And we know how important it is for children to be in schools learning the traditional way. But under these circumstances, we feel that this is not the right time. You know, our mayor has closed, reopened, closed again businesses in this city. Many people think it won't happen in schools, but I'm here to tell you that it already has. One of our schools had a positive case and has canceled this school virtual PD, and teachers will resume virtual PD now at their homes. this virus is invisible, and we don't know much about it, but we do know that it makes us sick. It doesn't affect some, but we know some of them can spread it, and many people die. Now they said that wearing a mask and social distancing is the thing to do. So let me just let something on your mind. When children are eating in their classrooms, all masks are off. Even with a shield, your nose and your mouths are exposed. So how is that going to be looking like in a school? So at this time, I'm not going to reiterate anything else. I want to thank my cohort of parent representations for their fine presentation. So I'm going to introduce Dr. Adrienne Dixon, who is a teacher who will be in the classroom with these children, and she will give our presentation. Thank you. What's happening in school?
So I have an echo.
Here to tell you that it already has.
It's me.
What about?
It's me. Sorry. I had an echo. Thank you all. Thank you, Wanda. I want to say thank you to the City Council for having us today. I think that Ms. Richard and I deserve a patience citation from the city. We've sat through all of the presentations, but we're happy to be here. And I'm honored to share the concerns of UTNO as my colleagues from Family and Friends of Incarcerated Youth and Step Up Louisiana have shared. We work in coalition with them. 2 were invited and 1 was omitted, and that's Kids Rethink New Orleans. They were not invited, and many of my 2 colleagues today shared some of their comments. I'll try to incorporate them in mine, but they posted an open letter to the City Council, so each of you should have received that in some form on your social media, and I'm sure that they will be happy to send it to you via email if you are interested. I want to pose 2 questions to frame what I want to say to the council, and the 2 primary questions that I think that are before the council, and I would venture to say probably before everyone who has to make decisions regarding opening the schools and our safety is, who are you most concerned about, business or rank and file citizens? And I think these are mutually exclusive issues in a pandemic that we can't, one, be concerned about business and concerned about our citizens, because in many ways the issues work at odds. And also, the other question is, what is your tolerance for the death of children and adults? Because that's really the question that we all have to wrestle with. What is the death rate that we're willing to tolerate? After listening to the presentation by OPSB and some of the public health officials, our position remains that school reopenings are not safe for anyone, students, families, teachers, and the community at large. The medical evidence is inconclusive, as a number of the medical experts have shared today, on the risk of contraction for students and the risk for them as transmitters. And so given that, this is a public health emergency that the entire city of New Orleans has to be concerned with. New Orleans is indeed not, is dissimilar from other districts in the nation. This is not a cause for celebration. In fact, in a pandemic, this is a significant cause for concern. Public health officials, city leaders, and the school leader labyrinth in the city must take into consideration the significant risk in which we are all placed in a decentralized system where students travel literally all over the city every single day. Containment is nearly impossible in this context, and it puts the entire city at risk. In fact, school board, one of the school board members, John Brown, stated that although he represents a section of the city in the context of how our schools are governed and run, his students may not live in his district, but they certainly attend school in his district, so he has to be concerned about every child. We find that there are health risks, as Maria shared earlier, for Black and brown children in a city like New Orleans, where asthma and diabetes are significant risk factors for COVID. Our children, Black and brown children, as well as teachers, Black and brown teachers, are at a higher risk. And therefore entering buildings and being in proximity of others, and just the spread. Again, as the health officials shared today, that exposure is considerable, and we find that that is a risk that, again, I put to you all. What is your tolerance for death? In their presentation, OPSB demonstrated that they have no real and meaningful plan for enforcing their mandates. What they share today across all domains, human resources, sanitation and disease mitigation, transportation, and teaching and learning, appear to be ad hoc and at best were opaque. Schools were inadequate. Our position is schools were inadequate pre-COVID, with no protections for teachers, employment protections for teachers, no protections for students from egregious discipline, and or families who are often placed at risk of being reported or having the police called on them. So we have no confidence in that context that schools left on their own will look after the well-being of students, families, and now and teachers, and now the community, again, because this is a public health risk. OPSB, the two schools that they're running, they're even requiring their teachers to report to buildings today. So with their unenforced mandates, unenforceable mandates, they're not even enforcing their own on the schools that they have to control. The Dr. Cantor mentioned the multi-system illness. It's called Kawasaki syndrome. It's fatal, and it is a horrible disease. Of the 40 cases in the U.S., 12 are in New Orleans. A third of the confirmed cases of Kawasaki illness. This is fatal. You can't come back from Kawasaki. A third of those cases are here in New Orleans. That's children who are dying from an illness they contracted because of COVID. That statistic alone should be intolerable for all of us to even consider reopening schools. Our young people at Rethink have asked us to consider supporting our workers and the vulnerable populations with hazard pay for all emergency employees, mass testing, and rapid results with protective equipment. As Maria shared, there are some charter networks that have benefited from the government largesse to get grants to fund PPE. Therefore, all workers should get PPE, and perhaps they can share the wealth if there's a coordination across the city. We believe that the kind of basic income for all, as we've seen, is very important. We need child care support if schools and employees are required to go back to school who will take care of children. Turn hotels into housing for homeless and the housing insecure. And also look after, provide housing for sex workers. Healthcare, free medical supplies for everyone and for people with underlying conditions. Insurance companies should cover medicine. We have a significant number of teachers who are retired and returning. That is a designation that we call retired and returning, who are veteran teachers who retired and they have returned to teach and will have medical needs that are different from their younger colleagues. And again, massive testing for people who are disabled in the population. I will end there. We are urging also free access, citywide Wi-Fi. We think that should cut across the board. So obviously for teachers and for families, the access to free and high-speed Wi-Fi is.
Well, Dr. Dixon, I really appreciate how you ended that, because you know that's something that I'm working on along with the mayor, very much so. In fact, the first motion on this matter of creating a public Wi-Fi system will be before the city council on Thursday, so I'll make sure to send you that information, and if you'd like to submit public comment, that would be great. But on that accessibility piece, you know, I had mentioned to the superintendent earlier that I think that's where, on the short-term measures, that the city could help, particularly on the hotspot piece, and the superintendent seemed very confident that when it came to the laptop piece or the Chromebook piece, that every student would be able to access one and have one What are your thoughts on that? What are you hearing from students and parents? Does everybody have a laptop now? What are you hearing?
So it's not clear if everyone has a laptop. As you know, because we're in a decentralized system, it is, it's kind of left up to the school. The Wi-Fi piece is incredibly important. Getting a laptop or a Chromebook without Wi-Fi is useless. So that's incredibly important. And that is a huge area. And we, I think we can't consider returning to schools, as the young people have kind of pushed, is that they don't feel safe returning to schools. They don't feel safe returning to schools as they are currently configured, and then we consider the COVID context. And OPSB said they would leave it up to schools to kind of train teachers on how you encourage new behaviors from a and I think Gina alluded to this. That's terrifying for young people to be in a place to have to go to school and hope that their teacher knows how to kind of change behavior. And what does that mean? In a system like New Orleans, where our young folks have been exposed to and are vulnerable to NOPD and other police-like security officers, that having the schools decide how they're going to change behaviors is not comforting. And so the Wi-Fi piece is very important, ensuring that every student has a Chromebook. I'm looking at schools in St. Paul, Minnesota. They have distributed iPads. I mean, there are a number of options that are available for our young people, so that that schools can exercise with the several $1 million that they got, perhaps using that funding to provide Wi-Fi and hardware is the best use of that money, rather than PPE, to make teachers and families return to school.
Let me also ask you this, Dr. Dixon, and you slightly touched on it. It's really, schools kind of being left on their own, as you mentioned, and I guess where I'm going here is the lack of consistency across the board with all the schools. I get it that OPSB has the guidelines, but it's about ensuring that everyone is following those guidelines and is consistent about that. I had mentioned early this morning, I know many hours ago, with the superintendent about a potential legislative change that would give New Orleans Public Schools more power to ensure that there is consistency in these types of limited emergencies, so that we can know for sure that every school has to follow these guidelines, and that they're not just on their own to try to figure out themselves what they think is best. What are your thoughts about this? Would this be something that you could be supportive of?
Yeah, I mean, we would be, again, so we would be. Our worry always is that who's at the table, and to what extent teachers, young people, families, I mean, we've gone through this process, and OPSB in their presentation, I mean, it's very clear the absence of young people, families, teachers, voices from this design. I think it's interesting that NOLA PS essentially allowed the hens to, mind the hen house. They collaborated with CMOs to come up with the potential, what the process would be if they were in violation, and it's still not really clear what will happen when they don't follow their own policies. But our concern always will be, what are we placing young people and teachers at risk of whenever we return to whatever it'll be. So if OPSB takes over, are we involved in imagining that and envisioning that, and that it is a democratic process of selection? So there were people who were involved. It was just the selection process of who got involved wasn't really clear, and many folks were brought in kind of after the plan had been made, to kind of accept it as it was. So
I got you.
I think that would be helpful, but always.
Maybe the plan could be to create some type of, I don't know, a legislative working group, including teachers and members of the OPSB and students and parents, and see if that would be something that could be a workable option. that you all could really examine, because that's where I kind of always, I'm like, gosh, if there really isn't this complete consistency all across the board with all of the schools, and we worry about the potential oversight of NOPS, I mean, that to me is a bit worrisome under this particular emergency. I know Councilmember Banks has been raising his hand. Hey, Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Good afternoon. Ms. Dixon, I will gladly sign your proclamation of patience. And Wanda, hello to you. Just a couple of questions. I'm not a teacher, so if I'm asking basic questions, forgive me, but what is the pupil-teacher ratio that the schools currently use?
Well, right now, everybody's different. All charter schools are different. Kindergarten is right now 25-1. And that's what they're talking about going back in there. 25 kids in the class, even during this pandemic. So upper grades, they're 30, sometimes 35 in the classroom.
And it's projected that those ratios will remain the same as they were pre-COVID during this COVID crisis.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
What's the likelihood?
According to phase 2, yes.
What's the likelihood that a teacher will be able to not only instruct children, but enforce the guidelines of making sure that all 25 or 20 or whatever the number is of those children maintain the necessary protocols? What's the likelihood of that being able to happen?
Very good question, Councilman. I don't think 25 kids in the class can be socially distanced at all times, especially little ones. And like she said, they might be less than 25, but they just don't know. But suppose everybody wants to send their kid back. 25 kids in the class socially distanced with a mask or whatever on is not a good thing. So people are trying to use cafeteria. They're going to use the cafeteria. They're going to use the auditorium. That's why children are going to eat in the classroom. Even with that, children eating in the classroom have to take off their masks at some times to eat. So I really don't see it happening safely.
So have you heard any plans to increase the staff of teacher staff to be able to help facilitate this?
No, I haven't. In fact, we've gotten calls, but some paraprofessionals have been dismissed. They're not hiring all paraprofessionals.
So again, I just want to be clear that it's not only expected that the teachers teach, but they also have to be mindful of making sure that all of the guidelines and protocols relative to lessening the likelihood of contracting COVID is adhered to too, but they aren't getting any additional help to do that.
No, they're not.
And can I say, Councilman Banks, even if they do, in a classroom with 25 children and then you add an adult, we are not so it just it increases the exposure. And the medical research isn't clear, as Dr. Kenner shared. The medical research isn't clear on what children as transmitters and also children as people who contract it. So that evidence isn't clear. And I just want to underscore again, are we willing to take this gamble on our children and our citizens? What is our level of risk? What are we comfortable with? I would imagine that 12 children contracting a fatal disease, Kawasaki syndrome, look it up. It is horrific. 12 of them, just 12, and school hasn't even started, should be 12 too many. And we're talking about the potential exposure, and we don't yet know why those children contracted it. We don't know the profile of the child, of what made those children contract Kawasaki. We just know that some children can. And so we don't have that evidence, and why would we risk how what is the exposure, what are children as transmitters, how significant are they as transmitters, and so we're going to add adults, and we're in a building with all these people. It just seems to me to be a disaster, and as a city council, this is not just an issue of schools. This is a public health issue. This is something the entire city has to be concerned about, because our children travel all over the city. All over the city, and children in the same family. And I think someone from OPSB said that buses will make sure that children sit together who are in the same family. We have children in the same family that go to different schools. Right. So you can't control that. So the X factors, the number of things that we don't know, suggests to me that we are not ready to reopen schools. The young people are concerned, though, about the presence of security and police and what that puts them at risk, particularly the older kids. So they're concerned about those things, and they're hoping that you all will take seriously their letter that they sent to you, and that you will reply to them and their concerns. But I think that there's so much that we don't know. And again, the presentation by OPSB, to me, didn't allay concerns, but also I think to again underscore, OPSB doesn't have they're not exercising the power that they have to enforce things. And the process that Henderson Lewis laid out was appeared to be very convoluted. That there could be an infraction, you have to report it, they'll do an investigation. And how many, is that a 3-day process? Is it a 5-day process? In the meantime, how many people are getting sick over that while this is happening? That, again, that should be intolerable. And in a system where teachers don't have the protection of the union. So we're asking teachers who will have to go to their school leaders and say, X, Y, and Z happened. And then that the school leader will be responsive. And we already have a case of that, of a teacher being fired over that. But we have a history since Katrina of this system of teachers being expendable. I taught pre-Katrina. We have a number of our retired and returned teachers who were discarded. So there's no evidence and no history that teachers will be protected in this system if they want to report an infraction. And parents, as Gina and as Mary reported, feel vulnerable as well, particularly our parents who are undocumented or are new immigrants who don't speak English. They're especially vulnerable to schools perhaps behaving badly. And this is putting an incredible amount of trust in a system that has been contested since it was implemented. And so I appeal to you all as city leaders that this is a public health issue. This is not an issue of just schools doing what they need to do. This is a public health issue, and all of us are at risk.
Are all of the schools equally equipped in terms of teachers and equipment and room sizes? All of the schools the same?
No. All the schools are different.
So there are likely to be some institutions that can deal with these regulations easier than others.
There are some schools that's doing the right thing now. They're not having their teachers come into schools right now. They're doing PD virtually at their houses. So there are some schools that are doing the right thing.
And we just had a case, Plessy School last week had a teacher tested positive. They had to shut it down, and today teachers are doing their PD virtually because of that. So imagine the disruption to children if they're, and again, so I'm gonna stop.
Well, I asked that question just to illustrate the fact that we may all be in the same storm, but we are certainly not all in the same boat. Right. And at the end of the day, we have to be mindful of the fact. So when we make these, if this is to happen, it is going to adversely affect certain schools in a far worse way than it will affect others. And the schools that are least equipped to be able to deal with it are going to be faced with having to deal with it. And that's why I think we need to be very intentional on making sure that all we do leading up to this, we acknowledge that, because everybody is not going to be able to weather this at the same level if we end up going down this road. Thank you all.
And Councilman Banks, this is a byproduct of a decentralized system that it essentially allows schools to compete for resources. And if you get them, you good. If you not, you good. And it shouldn't be ad hoc. It shouldn't be you're lucky as a teacher to be at a school with somebody who's forward thinking, or you're lucky as a child to be at that school. And oh well. And again, this is why I put on you all. What is your tolerance for the risk of death for children and for our citizens? And that's a question that you all will have to answer.
Well, I'll answer it publicly now. I don't have a tolerance for it. And I've been clear on this from the beginning. I don't think that putting kids back in the school is a good idea. I get the fact that we have to open the economy by some people's standard, but I've said this too, that the economy means different things to different people. All of this stuff that we're dealing with has a backside, and the backside is who is the ones that are going to be adversely impacted. And until we acknowledge the fact that these disparities that exist in our world are now being exacerbated by this coronavirus, we got to accept that. Now, ideally, we could snap our fingers and make all this go away, but that's not the case. And as long as we keep insisting that we open things up and allow the integration of public to come back into play, we're likely to be spreading this virus. And there's no qualifying that. Wearing a mask, social distancing, staying home has been demonstrated to work around the world. And why we as Americans figure out or can't figure out that that's the path to go, I don't know. Now, I get it that children need to socialize. I get it that being in school is ideal, but this is not a situation that we can control ideal. And to be honest with you, I'd much rather have them dumb and alive than have them educated and dead. Because if you keep sending them into these situations, you put lives at risk. And for me, it's very simple. So when you ask me my tolerance, zilch, zero, and none. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Banks. I really appreciate Ms. Richard for coming. Dr. Dixon, really appreciate you. Dr. Dixon, I know we'll keep the dialogue going as we always do. Just real quick, look, I know that there were a lot of different schools that wanted to participate, Rethink. I got the Rethink letter. I've read through it. I can tell you that, I mean, unfortunately, a lot of their demands deal with like contracts or ending standardized tests and things like that. We can't do anything about that, but there is one section where we can, and that is on reform of the criminal justice system, which we are working on very much so on the local level. So that's the item number 4, and item number 4, you know, for those from Rethink who are listening, very much on top of that, and we look forward to working with Rethink on that. And like I said, we couldn't invite, obviously, all of the countless people who wanted to be part of this particular meeting, but we do allow them to submit public comment, which is what we're going to move to next, and we have over 140 pieces of public comment. I've told my staff that we will not limit public comment. We will read through all of those particular statements. We will keep to the council guidelines of a time limit on those statements, as we always do, but we will read all of the statements. So with that, I will turn it over to, I believe, Sadie, are you going to be reading public comment, or is it Teresa?
I will be reading public comment.
Okay, Sadie, I hope you have some water.
Yes, got it ready, and I apologize in advance if I mispronounce anyone's name. So let's get into it. Our first comment is from Cress Gardner, who is not a paid representative. The choice between remote learning and in-person instruction is not binary. The reduction in health risk comes at a substantial cost to student development and mental health. Administrators, cities officials, teachers, unions, and other leaders have a responsibility to comprehensively assess impacts of remote learning beyond the health implications of COVID. Keeping kids out of school has profound effects on learning, socialization, and mental health. These impacts will fall hardest on the disadvantaged class. Each family has a different risk tolerance based on their unique situation. The fact that we have no elderly relatives in the area makes us more open to traditional in-person education. Others, understandably, may have health challenges that will necessitate remote learning. Schools need to prepare for a dual-track model where some parents that accept the risks of in-person go back to campus, and those that do not are offered a robust online curriculum. Based on a recent Zoom conference with our daughter's public school, we were in the approximate 30 to 40% minority that wanted to go back in the classroom. Assuming that's the proper percentage, the opening schools for students who are willing to accept the risk can be done safely with plenty of social distancing. Our next comment is from Melissa Parker, who is not a paid representative. Can we push back school opening until after Labor Day to give more time for staff to plan for online learning and to see if community spread has subsided? Online learning, while I know necessary, is creating a whole new job for parents who have full-time jobs. This means the inequity of who has adults able to focus on their children's learning and those who don't will continue into another school year. We need a better plan. We also need to ensure staff in schools will not be punished for not being able to return to school buildings for health, safety of them and their families. There are no easy solutions, but more time to figure out solutions would be ideal. Cities all over start after Labor Day during regular times, so we can look to them. Our third comment is from Julia Carey Arundel, who is not a paid representative. Schools should remain online until January. Families and parents do better with long-term planning instead of having to retool every 4 to 6 weeks. Anya Groner, not a paid representative. Teachers and students will die if schools reopen too soon. Classrooms aren't equipped for social distancing, nor do students possess the ability to safely social distance themselves. Opening too soon will result in illness, death, and reclosing. Instead, please only open for those students who need extra assistance or are unsafe at home. Everyone else can learn online until we are better equipped to keep school communities safe. We're gambling with lives here, and the only reasonable course is extreme caution. Sincerely, a parent and teacher. Lana Hankins, not a paid representative. Number 1, the occupancy permits were issued for the buildings were issued based on normal operating conditions. Will the city be requiring the school board to submit drawings based on the social distance requirements to prove the 6 feet of separation in classrooms and on school buses? Number 2, will the city's building and health inspectors also visit schools to ensure safety in the same manner it is currently inspecting businesses? Number 3, the 30-plus buildings that were not completely renovated or built anew, that the Orleans Parish School Board has yet to put forth a plan to solve this huge equity issue, need close inspections as it relates to hot water in bathrooms and fresh air capacity in its HVAC systems and the potential for rapid spread of COVID-19 if they are inadequate. Sophie Teitelbaum, not a paid representative. The current back-to-school plans do not prioritize the safety of staff, from teachers to custodians to support staff. Each LEA has too much flexibility in how they design plans. A more conservative approach with clearer protocols is essential to safely returning to school. No one should be mandated to go into the building until it is truly safe to do so. We put ourselves as teachers, our students, our families, and our community at large in danger if we go back into school or if teachers are asked to be in the building, even if our students are at home, before we as a city, state, and country have the virus under control. Julie Thibodeau, not a paid representative. I am a development director at a local charter school, and I want to commend NOLA Public Schools, NOPS, for making the decision to begin the year virtually. It has been such a relief to know that we can trust our school leaders to make decisions that take care of faculty, staff, students, and families. Unfortunately, I have friends that are not able to feel this type of relief due to the fact that they work for private schools that do not fall under NOPS. Many of these schools are deciding to open with only in-person lessons, and they are housing a large number of students on their campuses all day, every day. Through my professional networks, I have learned that some schools are requiring whole faculty and staff meetings before school begins for professional learning. This will be for multiple hours a day in one room with a large group of people. This just seems irresponsible and an outright slap in the face of the seriousness of this pandemic. If schools were required to switch to distance learning in March when the COVID numbers were not as bad as they are now, it makes zero sense to require educators and students to go back in over just a week. Some teachers and students entering a school building will literally be entering into a death sentence, depending on age, health issues, and long hours of exposure if someone is in the building sick. Please consider requiring all schools to begin the year with remote learning or working on a hybrid schedule. As an educator, I understand that it is important for students to be in the classroom, but the trauma of their teachers and peers potentially getting ill or dying from COVID is reason enough to rethink school opening plans. With cases soaring in Jefferson and Orleans, where many of the students, staff, and faculty come from, please consider mandating that all schools delay opening or work remotely or in a hybrid fashion. Sincerely, Julie Thibodeau. Monique Cook, not a paid representative. The schools are not safe to open. The cases are still rising and many people are still dying.
Yeah. Thank you.
I apologize in advance if I mispronounce this name. Kayatika Perry, not a paid representative. Yes, the teacher should work from home. Michelle Thomas, not a paid representative. What plans are in place to support the children of families who will be evicted in the coming months to minimize the disruption to their education while under distance learning? Gladys Paredes, not a paid representative. I think that if children do their classes at home, it should be with someone monitoring them by means of a camera and giving them the classes. In other words, the teachers can give the classes through an application called Zoom, and there they will guide each child. If it were not so, the children would have to return to school and give them all the security possible so that they do not become infected with the virus. Eric Marshall, not a paid representative. Bringing kids back to school before a vaccine or weeks of zero positive tests is a dangerous bargain. Kids do not need to go to school. They do not need to sit in buses with kids who aren't in their class. They don't need to sit in classrooms with kids who aren't in their same household. They don't need to bring the virus home to their family, but they will. Any risk greater than zero will destroy countless lives. We can ignore those dangers and provide a protocol, but protocols don't stop a virus. The virus doesn't stop if it sees a checked box. If we want kids to learn, money and resources shouldn't be put towards a strategy that includes exposure. Money needs to be given to families for computers, internet services, and food. Keeping kids at home and families safe is what gets us through to whatever comes after. Thaddeus DeLay, not a paid representative. It's a very ominous position to be a bartering chip in political madness, yet a completely different energy when our kids are used as well. I welcome an opportunity to have teachers' input into decisions that could literally be life or death. As so often is the case, these meetings begin with the best of intentions, but agendas typically overshadow any meaningful, productive communication. I hope the lives and well-being of our youth are the primary factor in making any decision going forward. And as this pandemic continues on an uptick, we must legislate and plan with that reality as our standard. At some point, courage has to rear its necessary head and become consistent in this ever-evolving classroom climate. Vanessa Marshall, not a paid representative. Students and staff should not be required to attend in person until there is a vaccine available for COVID-19. If nothing else, Orleans Parish must at least have 0 cases for a minimum of 2 weeks before we send our children and teachers back to brick and mortar learning. The suggestion that only a small percentage of children will be sickened by COVID is unacceptable. Why would you willingly... And we need to accept that. No longer are children going to be able to play in groups, hug their teachers, and enjoy collaborative assignments. Instead, teachers and staff will be spending every moment wondering if, when, how they are, or if they themselves will be the one dead. What we need to be doing right now is focusing how to make distance learning work and how to best support families' safety. This disease is not going away anytime soon. The only acceptable number of school-related deaths is 0. Stella Reynolds, not a paid representative. I believe that if the mayor is going to say she will protect her citizens, then she should do it all the way, not when it's convenient for politics. The COVID-19 numbers are higher than when they first shut the schools down. So why are we asked to return now? I believe higher education should be given to all students, but we can do it in a safe manner. I also look from an educator lens and a parent lens. Let's make sure my sons can grow and learn in a safe place while also making sure teachers can educate in a safe environment. What is best for students? Rhonda Coco, not a paid representative. We are asking that the City Council make it a requirement that teachers and office staff be allowed to work from home to curb the spread of the coronavirus. We are concerned about the safety of the faculty and the staff. Thank you for your consideration. Renee Heinlein, not a paid representative. I have been teaching in New Orleans public schools for 11 years. Please set standards for in-person reopening of schools. There are 3 conditions essential for school buildings to reopen. Number 1, low infection rates and adequate testing in any region where in-school learning is being considered. 2, public health safeguard to help prevent the spread of the virus in school, including masks and social distancing, cleaning and ventilation, hand washing and reasonable accommodations for those at risk. And number 3, the necessary resources to enact each and every one of these safeguards, as well as to provide the support required to meet kids' academic, social, and emotional needs. Because states have been so badly hit, federal resources are absolutely essential. Cynthia Arrington, not a paid representative. I believe she means dedicated. I'm a dedicated educator who, under normal circumstances, will love to be going back into the classroom. We are in a pandemic, dealing with a virus that is killing people. I am an employee with pre-existing condition, and I am very concerned about my health and the health of my family, who also have pre-existing conditions. Please, City Council, stand up for us and do the right thing to help keep everyone safe. Please mandate that the Wilshon, not a paid representative. While I'm eager to get back to work to service my scholars and players at Abramson Sci Academy, I'm also concerned for the safety of our staff and kids. There's so much uncertainty with COVID-19 that I don't feel like a hasty start is the right decision. As the head football coach, I'm ready to get started, but I'm not willing to jeopardize the health and lives of my coaching staff and players. Until we are able to control and lower the numbers, ensure that the learning environment will be safe, and get closer to finding a vaccine, I think virtual learning is best. If that means narrowing down Mardi Gras break, spring break, and the 2021 summer so we can get more learning time, then so be it. But right now, there's too much uncertainty concerning the virus. Both of my sons have respiratory issues, and I'm not willing to put their lives in danger. I'm more concerned about them as well as my parents and our elderly staff members who may be affected. We trust that you will make the right decision. Thank you. Celeste Key. She is not a paid representative. The health and safety needs and concerns of our students, parents, and teachers must be heard, honored, and placed at the center of all policy conversations. Schools must not set any policies that force people to choose between their health and their livelihood or education. Teachers and students who wish to teach and learn remotely virtually should be allowed to do so at any time. Learning cannot happen in an environment that causes stress, trauma, or fear. No in-person classes should be held until everyone involved feels comfortable and safe doing so. The City Council should encourage students to reach out to partner organizations in their community for resources on how to safely implement trauma-informed, remote, and socially distanced forms of learning and remote learning, and look to other cities who are implementing best practices in these areas. Students should be provided with the proper technology and internet access for this remote learning, and the unique learning needs of students with special needs cannot be forgotten. We have one chance to do this right and honor the lives of everyone in our learning communities. Nicole Nolan, not a paid representative. I recently took a test for COVID-19 locally on July 17th and did not get test results for 14 days. As a teacher, I feel that it is reckless to require all staff or students to be in buildings without adequate testing that provides results within a specific time frame. I want to be back in the building with students and coworkers because I love teaching, but the plan in place right now is flawed. If adequate testing is not readily available and used, I can be quarantined if a student is exposed to the virus. The current policy will allow me to keep my current income for 2 weeks if I am potentially exposed. If there is a subsequent incident of another exposure, I will only receive 60% of my pay. I know that as a city, we can create a better plan for the community, including stakeholders, if a diverse team works together to meet educational goals. instead of educational policymakers designing these plans. The plan enacted by NOPS lacked teacher, student, and community and voices without transparency. In light of the social climate over the last few months, diverse voices and transparent policy is paramount to create policies that control human lives or expire those human lives. Thank you for your time and consideration. Kate Youngblood, she is not a paid representative. It is imperative that school reopening plans prioritize the safety and health of all people in the school community. Jane Dixie Fashian, not a paid representative. Please ask all charter operators to conform to one standard. There are 48 operators, all with different agendas. Please encourage one standard across the board for cleanliness and safety. Please encourage that each charter operator listen to all stakeholders, including teachers, custodians, cafeteria staff, bus drivers, working and non-working parents, and students. Tiana Noble, not a paid representative. As a public school educator in New Orleans for the last 12 years, I am deeply concerned about the plan, or rather lack thereof, to reopen our schools. It's absolutely too soon to reopen, especially with a lack of oversight, shared resources, and any established protocol for if and when someone tests positive for COVID. COVID has given us yet another reason why charter school autonomy is failing. We need a centralized district to manage school safety during a pandemic. Teachers are some of the most creative problem solvers I know. If schools had announced delaying in-person instruction back in May, they would have had all summer to plan thoughtful, engaging instructions for our students. The lack of leadership from NOLA Public Schools and Orleans Parish School Board all summer has kept teachers and families in limbo and incapable of making plans. Now the possibility of re-entering school sites in the middle of the pandemic is causing extreme anxiety and fear, not only of getting sick, but of losing jobs. Schools should be virtual until at least Thanksgiving break, and teachers should be given the freedom to innovate and deliver instruction from the safety of their homes. Rachel Little, not a paid representative. After Orleans Parish School Board urged every charter school in New Orleans to give teachers and educators the option to work from home, I feel like we are moving in the right direction. This felt like the first time since the pandemic started that teachers' voices were being heard. My new concern is how flimsy the wording is on the school personnel safety resolution and how it will be enforced. With all of the public schools in New Orleans being charter schools, it gives each the autonomy to make their own decisions. Without the wording on the resolution being more direct, you are giving schools the option to follow or not follow it. What this means is teachers can still be expected to go into the school building or fear being terminated. Everything that comes from OPSB is a suggestion to charter schools unless it is worded as something that is mandatory and there are plans to enforce it. At this time, it is just a suggestion and you hope they listen to it. As a teacher, I would like the resolution to be rewarded and some sort of accountability piece to be put in place for schools. Susanna Poulter, not a paid representative. It is imperative that the City Council supports and enforces the following demands for sake of our survival. Number 1, all teachers must be given the option to work from home during virtual learning and professional development. Number 2, no in-person instruction until COVID cases in Orleans Parish decrease to 5% and 50 or fewer cases reported each day for 7 consecutive days. Number 3, any plan to resume in-person attendance must include regular and prioritized testing for all staff. Scott Wood, not a paid representative. Dear council members, I am gravely concerned for the safety of my son with regard to in-person schooling during COVID-19 as he is for himself. My son has a lung issue that I believe predisposes him to severe complications from COVID-19. His pediatrician agrees that we should exercise caution with regard to potentially coming into contact with COVID-19. As such, and taking into consideration the limited state guidance for private and public schools on reopening in-person classes, I beg our City Council to halt all in-person classes for our schools in New Orleans, both public and private, until a vaccine for COVID-19 is widely distributed or until we have the crisis under control by other means. preferably engaging through distance learning through the full 20 to 21 school year. My own business, Courtyard Brewery, is still currently shut down from allowing customers inside. I'm not opposed to this temporary shutdown as I believe it is in the best interest of the general public. However, it is incredibly hypocritical for my business to be shut down by city mayoral mandate due to the safety concerns, but then allow schools to reopen, forcing children into unsafe conditions. I have reviewed the plans for reopening from the school we have our son enrolled in, and they are wholly inadequate and troubling. But it is now too late to pull him out and enroll him elsewhere. Please consider the safety of our children, our teachers, and our general public with regard to COVID-19. I fear for us all, and we need to make the tough decision to stop in-person schooling temporarily in order to stop spreading the disease and get us through this horrific pandemic. Thank you, and I hope you and your staff are well. Kylie Polfus, not a paid representative. We have no right to gamble with the lives of our teachers and students. We ask that the council support the following. Number 1, all school staff should have the option to work from home during the virtual learning and professional development. Number 2, no in-person instruction until COVID cases in Orleans Parish decrease to 5% and 50 or fewer cases for 17 consecutive days. Number 3, any plan to resume in-person attendance must include regular and prioritized COVID testing for all school staff. Sierra Williams, not a paid representative. I am concerned about many things as it pertains to returning to school, but most importantly, my safety and the safety of my own child. Returning to school means I would have to put my child in daycare. I think many people forget that educators are mothers, daughters, aunts, and friends too. We have families of our own that we love and value more than our careers. I know for certain that I am not willing to risk my life and jeopardize my 6-month-old son's life to pacify others. Returning to school also means that I would be forced to wear a mask throughout the building, so now I am uncomfortable. Working from home almost guarantees that I'll be safe, my child will be safe, and I'll be comfortable in the perimeters of my own home. Matthew Kennedy, not a paid representative. I strongly urge all OPSB members to mandate virtual school for all students for as long as it takes until a vaccine is mass-produced and widely available. Most of the arguments in favor of children returning to in-person schooling neglect the fact that any in-person schooling will not be normal. There will be no after-school activities, no sports or clubs. Students won't be eating together at lunch or playing normally during recess. Students won't be engaging in small group discussions or passing around tools, sharing toys or materials. Schools won't be school. My biggest concern is for the students from troubled homes where abuse is prevalent, for whom school is a refuge. Sadly, the greatest counter-argument to that is the potential of catching a lethal virus. Is that worth risking your life every day for perceived safety? More and more schools are opening and then immediately closing after identifying cases of COVID from student or staff. People are always telling others to, quote, think of the children. We teachers are thinking of the children, as well as ourselves, when we say that we must maintain virtual learning until we can return to school safely. On that glorious day, I'll be in my classroom with smiles and hugs safely for all my students. Shelby Pojawa, not a paid representative. Allow teachers to work from home and conduct virtual instruction. Do not reopen schools until COVID cases drop below 5% in the parish and there are less than 50 cases for a consecutive week. Protect teachers, staff, and students. Emily Micasell, not a paid representative. I believe all school staff should have the option to work from home during virtual learning and professional development. I also believe there should be no in-person instruction until COVID cases in Orleans Parish decrease to 5% positive and 50 or fewer cases for 7 consecutive days. I believe any plans to resume in-person attendance must include regular and prioritized COVID testing for all school staff. Marielle Pichon, not a paid representative. It is imperative that all school staff have the option to work from home during virtual learning and professional development. This is about health and safety. We should not have in-school instruction until it is safe to do so. That means until cases in Orleans Parish decrease to 5% and 50 or fewer cases for 7 consecutive days. Plans to resume in-person attendance must include regular COVID testing for all school staff. If there isn't a way to regularly test employees, then we should not be reopening. Genevieve Rice, not a paid representative. I am a second grade teacher, and my concern now is the roadmap to reopening plan. I feel like having groups of PK, pre-kindergarten to 4th grade students in groups of 25, 5 days a week is unsafe. I am also a mother of a soon-to-be 1st grader. I am also a wife of a 4th grade teaching assistant. Sending us all into these conditions makes me very nervous, even with all the PPE and safety routines and protocols. I ask that the roadmap be changed to smaller class sizes, 10 to 15 students max, or preferably until there is a vaccine, distance learning should continue. J.A. Patton, not a paid representative. We need to be devoting all of our resources to making online learning as robust as possible. With COVID-19 cases going up in rural areas for the first time and back up again in cities, the writing is on the wall. Returning to the buildings with students is simply not going to be something enough educators feel comfortable with anytime soon. To continue dragging out the idea of putting people in that position without enough safety measures in place and before case numbers are dramatically lower is a detriment to the mental health of teachers and staff, which will have a negative impact on student learning. This short-term and/or wait-and-see approach is going to produce a lot of mediocre learning environments. While online classes might not be a good long-term solution for students, we're going to have to make the best of it for the good of the city. The sooner we commit to it on a longer term, like an entire semester, the more we'll be able to focus on creating an optimal version of what that looks like as a staff. Habib Nabaye, apologies again if I mispronounced that name, not a paid representative. I believe that safety is a priority for students and teachers. Things are far from getting better, and the risk of contamination may be higher than ever before. It seems to me that the virtual methods may be our best choice. I don't know for how long. That decision belongs to health professionals. Jessica Wheeler, not a paid representative. Throughout the process of planning for education in the middle of the pandemic, the folks most affected, students, families, custodians, cafeteria workers, bus drivers, teachers, and other school staff, have been consistently sidelined by the superintendent of the New Orleans Public Schools, despite the fact that we have the most insight into the feasibility and logistics of school operation. It is also clear that safety for our students needs to be comprehensive. Our young people need homes that are not threatened by eviction, loss of utilities, lack of access to Wi-Fi, and food scarcity. Centering stakeholders and those most impacted in the process of identifying needs and planning for services is crucial. And NOLA Public Schools consistently avoided this truth, seriously disadvantaging our students, teachers, and school staff. I call on City Council and Orleans Parish School Board to act and make decisions moving forward using democratic processes and enforcing, rather than suggesting, those decisions. Patricia Simmons, not a paid representative. Will the district offer weekly testing to staff for COVID-19 since we are concerned about the safety of the children in this city? Nordsea opened camps this summer, serving only a portion of the children they normally serve. All employees were tested weekly. As a result of testing, employees tested positive. If we're going to open, we must offer testing. No one can guarantee safety. Ashley Haspel, not a paid representative. How come ISAS private independent schools are not having to follow the same opening plans as public? If it's not safe enough for public school students to attend class in person, it's not safe for our ISAS students either. Sorry, we have Ashley Haspel's comment twice. It's the same comment as I just read. Katie Pedroza, not a paid representative. All of this needs to happen before staff, teachers, or students return to school. Number one, community transmission of COVID-19 is under control in the region. Number 2, there is a public health infrastructure to support effective disease surveillance, tracing, and isolation in schools. Number 3, staff who are at high risk have access to special accommodations. Number 4, the district and school have funded safeguards and implemented protocols, including the below essential components: 6 feet physical distance, face coverings, access to hand washing facilities, resources and staffing to clean and sanitize facilities, necessary updates to ventilation and building systems. And number 5, AFT members and leaders, families, and community partners are included in the reopening planning process. Lauren Jewett, not a paid representative. As a teacher, I appreciate and thank the New Orleans City Council for hosting today's meeting on reopening schools. Throughout the summer, teachers, including myself, have advocated and worked tirelessly to be active participants in the reopening schools processes at both our school levels and at the district level at NOLA Public Schools. I am deeply concerned that many of these discussions and decision-making structures in the late spring and early summer excluded a wide array of voices from our school communities, especially voices of people who have been disproportionately affected by COVID-19. Students, who I would like to note are egregiously not represented as a presenter at today's meeting, parents and caregivers, teachers of different grade levels and content areas, bus drivers, custodians, cafeteria workers, athletic coaches, school nurses, and mental health providers did not make up the majority of the percentage for the district's reopening task force. In fact, the task force was comprised heavily of people who do not work the most directly or closely with students on a day-to-day basis. As a special education teacher, I love what I do, and I truly want to be back in a school building in person with my students so we can be learning and teaching each other again. But right now, the options for reopening public, private, and parochial school buildings are not safe, and we need to reevaluate who actually has a role in these discussions as we approach any potential dates for reopening buildings. Repeating the exclusionary and sidestepping tactics will only prove to be catastrophic for our most vulnerable. I know from over a decade of work in the classroom that education is about human work first and foremost. It is honoring every student and adult in the school community holistically as possible. I know that distance learning cannot fully replace or replicate that human work, but choosing safety right now and forever long, we do, and that's 2 minutes. Our next public comment was repeated by several individuals, and so I'm going to read those individual names now, and again, that will be the same public comment for all of the following names: Seda Jones, Tyler White, Whitney Alexis, Caitlin Perkins, Ashley Guidry, Tiara Jones, Taj Lott, Isaiah Gabriel, Jaira Davis, Daria Jones, Bradley Rankin, Kennedy DuVernay, Ameka Riali, Evelyn Coffey, Nalia Weber, Jada Landon, Renard Bridgewater, Asia Hicks, Trinity Alexander, Samaj Willis. I represent one of many young Black New Orleanians who understand that if there ever was a time for a complete transformation in our society, it's right now. I can't help but notice that students don't count as pertinent stakeholders because we weren't invited to speak. We invited ourselves to speak by writing an open letter to you. If schools reopen, we are putting many people in danger. Reopening of schools puts Black and brown students in danger, and it puts Black and brown teachers and staff in danger. It also forces us to act as if our concerns pre-COVID didn't matter. Our lives, Black lives, matter because we know that to be true. We know that we can't go back to schools that are even less safe than they were before. We demand that they be better than when we left. We've had conversations with hundreds of community members, so we know that no one is ready for schools to reopen. No one is ready because no one is willing to risk their lives. The people who are actually in the schools, students, teachers, lunch ladies, are saying schools aren't safe and they don't feel comfortable returning to school. It's ridiculous that we would even think of returning in the middle of the pandemic. Our demands reflect what is necessary for the most affected and vulnerable members of our society to be safe. Our demands are: 1, support for students. No opening up of schools even after summer unless completely safe to support with all materials needed for distance learning. And standardized tests, including AP tests. Education support for special needs youth or youth with IEP plans. Online and phone-based mental health support, transparency around staff or students who have been sick at each school, telemedicine for all students. Any pending info cases before COVID-19 should be dismissed. Truancy, expulsion, suspension, detention, etc. No school police in the fall, and end all school contracts with NOPD or reimburse all senior budgets. 2, support for our school workers. Continue to pay all school contract workers meals and transportation for online and phone-based mental health support for all teachers. No shutting school down of school sites because of poor performance. Allow youth over 18 to pick up food from school sites. Food delivery for our differently abled students and community members. Number 3, support for our community. Continue to pay all school contract workers meals and transportation, online and phone-based mental health support for all teachers. No shutting Number 4, transform criminal injustice. End use of policing surveillance to enforce the lockdown. No arrest for misdemeanors. Let juvenile offenders and low-level offenders out of detainment and provide adequate testing and care for them to quarantine before being sent. Number 5, support for workers in vulnerable populations. Hazard pay for all emergency employees, mass testing with rapid results and protective equipment for all emergency employees, basic income for all, child care support, turn hotels into housing for all homeless and housing insecure, or turn hotels into housing for sex workers. Number 6, healthcare. Free medical supplies for everyone and for people with underlying conditions, or insurance companies cover all medicines. Mass testing and rapid results available to everyone. House visits for testing differently abled members of the population. We ask that you move to meet these demands so that New Orleans can be a city where people know Black and brown lives are important and valued. None of us are safe until all of us are safe. We are all looking forward to hearing from you all. Signed.
Google threatened to demonetize the conservative news site The Federalist for not removing offensive content in their comment section. Now, based upon information I received, the comments may indeed have been derogatory and unacceptable. But what is noteworthy is that Google's threat toward The Federalist was hyper-selective and a bit hypocritical. Google held The Federalist accountable for comments made by The Federalist's readers, but Google does not want to be held responsible for the posts or comments by users on Google's platforms, including YouTube, a double standard imposed by Google itself. This selective scrutiny reveals what most Americans already believe, that tech companies are politically biased. According to a 2018 Pew study, 7 out of 10 Americans believe social media companies censor political viewpoints that they find objectionable. And that was 2 years ago. It's only worsened in the 2 years since then. These concerns come at a time when tech companies wield unprecedented power within our economy and our culture at large, and no one can deny that. A bipartisan chorus of committee members from the other body pointed this out just last week, Mr. President. More and more of our daily business is taking place online, and that trend is only accelerating during the current pandemic. As we near the 2020 election, Americans have serious concerns about whether online platforms will treat campaigns on both sides of the aisle fairly and equally. And those concerns are warranted. I have those concerns. Americans are right to be worried about interference by politically homogeneous tech firms who hold unprecedented sway over our nation's political discourse. Mr. President, after 24 years, it's time for Congress to revisit Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act and start with refining, perhaps narrowing, the scope of what counts as otherwise objectionable content subject to censoring. There may be other reforms that would be better, but I think it's time for Congress and the committee which I chair to revisit this section of the law. Last week, the Commerce Subcommittee on Communications, Technology, Innovation, and the Internet convened a hearing to consider exactly this issue, and it was a very good hearing. As chairman of the full Commerce Committee, I intend to pursue this matter thoroughly and evaluate what changes are needed to Section 230. Congress needs to ensure that the Internet remains a forum for a true diversity of political discourse, which promotes competition and innovation. Thank you, Mr. President. I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President.
The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are we in a quorum call?
Yes.
I ask that we dispense with the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, journalists at ESPN published the results of a bombshell investigation into human rights violations at NBA training academies in China. Now, when you think about a basketball camp, you probably think of shooting drills or running sprints, but these camps look much different. The investigation focused on training camps located in Xinjiang. This particular region in Western China has achieved a certain level of notoriety in recent months for the horrific political violence its government officials inflict on the Uyghur Muslim minority. And so it's no surprise that the stories told by trainers, coaches, and other NBA employees who helped run these camps employ disturbing and familiar imagery. According to the ESPN investigation, one former league employee compared the atmosphere at the Xinjiang camp to World War II Germany. An American coach who worked at a similar facility described it as a sweat camp for athletes. Now, according to the investigation, almost immediately after the NBA
That's what I need.